Let's make sure we're tapping that screen and sharing the live. We'll be getting started very soon. to light every doubt, every cry. Bat bright in the night, we question the answer. Try under the wings of wine. Hell yeah. Welcome in everybody to the Batcolyte. Make sure you're tapping the screen, sharing the live. We're just getting started, so, we need a little algorithmic help. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, make sure that you request up. We're not here for some kind of debate or argument. We're just here to see, well, if you can even question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I think we've got a few requests to start off with. Before we do, thank you guys for getting us up to, well, we're almost there. Hell yeah. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you for the taps and the 25 shares. All those do help get us out to the FYP and maybe get someone else in here curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Let's see who we have. I think this one's been waiting longer, but if you're in the queue, make sure you stick around. We take one guest at a time, and there's a very good chance we'll get to you soon. Hello, Lindsay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god do you believe in?
I believe in God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit.
I see. Are you a particular denomination of Christianity? Is it Catholicism or something?
Yeah, I'm Roman Catholic.
Roman Catholic. And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe all the stories within it to be true and literal?
No.
I see. Are there any stories in it that are simply not true?
Well, I think the obvious choice there is Adam and Eve.
I see. You don't believe that's true?
Quick and easy. No, I think we can look back and see who might have written it. You look at the Nordics and you think, like, you can see the garden and things that might have been available to people. I don't think it's true. And I think the worst thing that they did was say that these are like the first people, right? And then they have Cain and Abel go out and they find people in villages. You know, it none of it makes sense. It's
No,
it's
that makes
obviously,
sense. I see.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so Genesis is a fiction, or just that part?
Yeah, I think it's fiction, but it can tell a good story.
Tells a good story, but it's not the creation of the world and the first
And
humans.
no, and I don't think even like so I went to Catholic school, K through 12. We were never taught that Adam and Eve was the creation of the world. We were taught real science about the Big Bang and that kind of stuff. So that's why I say I feel like that's the most obvious.
I see. So, so does the Bible become true at a certain point? Is there a point when you're reading it when it goes from fiction to fact?
I don't think it's ever true. Even when you get to the Gospels, when you talk about like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, there's a better chance that they were illiterate than there is of them actually writing those books. So, I don't think it's really true. I think it was a book written by men for men. I think you have to, as somebody who believes in Christ, you have to decipher for yourself. I think it's just sort of a tool to get there. Which is why I hate when people use the Bible as an argument. I'm like...
Thank you, Looney Bats. So, you said even the Gospels aren't necessarily true. But do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah. Yes.
So, what parts of the Gospels are true then?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough. So, what is it you believe about Jesus?
I believe he's the Son of God.
Why would you believe that? That's not the right board.
It's just my ideals. I have an ideal of who my guy is, and that entails, briefly speaking, a guy in the sky, father, and then a guy who decided to have a son, Jesus.
So,
And
a guy
then
in the
the little stinky tadpole that roams around, and so
the tadpole had to do with it, but you had a
well,
guy
that's
in
how
the
I
sky.
see the Holy Spirit. Is that not the Holy Spirit? Come on, it looks like tadpole. Come on.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's just me then.
Like, I don't know what the Holy Spirit is to know what it looks like.
Sure.
But for you, there's a guy in the sky, and then he had a son. My question, I guess,
Illogical, no?
Well, I don't know what about this is logical, but my question about you believing that there's a Jesus who is the Son of God. Why would you believe that this character of Jesus even existed, let alone was the Son of God?
Why I feel like is a hard question to ask. For a long time, I didn't believe at all, because of the illogical part. Like, it's not logical. This doesn't make any sense. There's no way this could happen. Now I just, I sort of can't get rid of it. Not that I want to get rid of it, of course.
Thank you, Kate. So you don't want to get rid of it. You said that for the longest you didn't believe it. But what is it now that makes you believe that there's a Jesus?
This is gonna sound so crazy, but like, I've talked to God.
It doesn't sound crazy, but why would you think that what you talked to was God?
I guess that's just the definition we put on something that would come down like that.
Come down like what?
The way that I saw it, it just seemed like something that would be a god.
So, I'm sorry, you saw God too?
Sort of.
You said you had talked to God. Was
Yeah.
it out loud, in person, face to face, or was it in your mind?
I don't know if it's face to face, but it's not in my mind.
How do you know?
Well, I don't. You're just gonna have to trust me on that.
I won't, and I would wonder why you would.
That's valid.
I would wonder why you would trust yourself on that. If you have an experience that seems illogical or unbelievable, why would you?
Well, I'm a logical person, and nothing like that has ever happened to me before. So.
Right. So, like
I
what?
would
What is
assume-
the thing that happened?
Well, he just sort of like appeared.
Appeared how?
Light, I guess.
So you saw light.
Yeah.
You saw a visible light.
Yeah.
Did it cast shadows?
I don't know, bro. I was too scared about the light in my room to care about the shadows.
So you were in your room. Were you
Okay, well,
awake?
yes.
Were you sober?
Yes.
So you were lucid and awake. Had you been
Yeah.
asleep or were you going to sleep?
No.
So neither. You were just wide awake, had been awake, sitting in your room, and then a light appeared.
Yeah.
What does that mean, appeared? Like, did it just become light in the room, or did it come through
Well,
a
it's
wall or
I
window?
usually have my curtains shut, right? And it was at nighttime either way, but I usually have my curtains shut, and it like came through the curtains.
It came through the curtains, so the light from outside came in through the curtains.
Yes.
And when it came in through the curtains, then what happened?
It was sort of like a whisper. I don't know.
A whisper.
I don't know how to explain it.
So you heard a voice, and you're sure the voice was out loud?
I don't know if it's a voice or a breath.
A breath. I see. So you heard a breath of whisper. Was
Breath
that
or a whisper? I'm not sure.
Was it out loud? Did you hear it with your ears?
Yeah.
So you saw a visible light and heard a whisper
Yes.
outside of your mind.
Yes. Am I inquired?
Do you understand what this room is, Lindsay?
Yes.
What is this room?
I am questioning my faith. You're asking the wrong questions.
I'm sure that there will be the right questions eventually, but you're
Okay.
saying, let me recap. You're saying that you believe in Jesus after a period of not believing, that you believe Jesus was a historical figure and the Son of God. And the reason why is because a light
I believe
came
in
through.
God. I believe in God. Not you.
Okay, my question was, why did you believe in Jesus? And this is your story. Your answer was a light came through your window and you heard a whisper. And that's why you believe in Jesus. So if that's why you believe in God instead of Jesus, well,
You
I'm
believe in the
asking.
Trinity.
I'm sorry,
I
what?
believe it was Holy Spirit, right? So you can't believe in one without the other. No.
I don't know. This is your choice, your
Yeah.
beliefs. I can't tell you what you can and can't believe. I'm simply asking, well, why? And your reason for believing in a God is because you saw a light and heard a whisper, and you don't want to question that. You seem.
I have
you seem to
questioned
know.
it, dude. You're acting like I haven't questioned it.
You're saying that.
I wouldn't come on here if I hadn't questioned it.
Fascinating.
No, it's insane. I know it sounds insane.
I didn't say
I know
it
it
sounded
sounds like
insane.
I
But
know
I
it
would
sounds
wonder. how you ruled
this girl
out.
was blacked out, and she was like, I understand.
It doesn't sound like that. I would wonder how you've ruled out any kind of occurrence
Wait,
within.
you think the moon was going nuts? So?
Lindsay, if you can't let me finish questions, it tells me that you're too defensive to actually engage. You're not actually here to question your beliefs. You want to assert something and argue with me.
I'm sorry.
I'm not convinced. That's not how I'm sorry works. Usually when someone tells you to wait until they're done speaking and you start talking over them to apologize for talking over them, it tells me you're not actually listening to what I was saying. You didn't hear the correction. You just wanted to continue. If you'd like to continue and question your beliefs, you're welcome to request back up. But I'm going to ask for, a little more patience and a little less defensiveness. It seems as though you can't question that experience and you refuse to engage in any questioning about it. You say that you have questioned it. I would wonder, are you sure that you questioned sufficiently? Are the questions I'm asking striking nerves or just annoying? And if they are just annoying, then why? Why does it annoy you to examine possibilities and alternatives of an experience you claim proves God to you? Is it because you don't want to question that? Thank you guys for the 13,000 times you tapped the screen. Let's make sure we don't slow down. Keep tapping. If we, break 15K in the next minute or so, who knows? Maybe I'll play one of our Batcolyte jams, and we'll give that a listen while we wait for somebody curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I really am here just to see if questioning your beliefs is something that you can even do. And if you can, I've definitely got a few questions for you. Holy crap, we're almost there. I have a song we can listen to. It's probably one of my favorite songs from the community. One of them. And I think it's just the right one. And then afterwards, if our previous guest is still in queue, I'll start with them, and then we'll work our way down the list to see if anybody else can question their beliefs. And if you can, make sure you request up. We'll be taking a new guest here very shortly. In the meantime, thank you, Hazelnut.
There's a quiet in the room tonight, like something's waiting to be named. I've been holding on to borrowed truths, but they don't feel the same. You lean back like you've seen it all, like doubt's a well you drink from slow. and I'm standing on the edge of it, just asking what you know. I don't need a final answer, just something I can hold. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm tracing out the fault lines between what's true and what we're told. Do you ever feel it slipping, like the ground won't stay consistent, like belief is just a place we go? And you say, sit with the question, don't rush to fill the space. So I ask you one thing at a time and hope you critically think. You say certainty's a heavy crown, and doubt's a lighter way to live. But I've seen people build their homes on things they won't forgive. And I don't know if I want that, or if I'm just scared of the none. Is it braver to keep searching, or to say you found the one? You smile like it's familiar, like you've walked this road before. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm knocking on a door frame, but I'm not sure what's inside. Do you ever miss the answers, even if they weren't the right ones? Just a place you used to hide. And you say, sit with the question, let it echo, let it stay. So I ask you one thing at a time and drift your way. If I let it all unravel, who am I without the threat? If I question every sacred thing, does sacred lose its meaning? Do you think there's something listening, or just silence dressed as peace? Or is asking all we get? You don't answer right away, you never really do. Just say, what do you believe? And hand it back like truth. So I ask you one thing at a time, though I'm scared of what I'll find in the spaces in between. Is it faith or is it habit? Is it comfort? Is it panic? Is it something I've just seen? And you say, stay in the question. Doubt is where we grow. So I ask you one thing at a time. Together we understand more about what we do not know.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Hazelnut, for that one. Really like that. And thank you all, of course, for tapping the screen up 20,000 times. Hell yeah. You guys are amazing. Really appreciate all those taps, all those shares. Help getting us back out onto the FYP. Maybe get a few people in here curious enough, courageous enough, or, well, maybe just foolish enough to question their beliefs. Hello, Ratonymous. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Excuse me, brother. Living my 45th. I'll be completing here next month. Yep.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Happy birthday. Can I get, well, do you have a belief in a god or god's higher powers or anything like that?
Simple answer. Simple answer is I know that God is real. But then the part that could go on for, we could talk forever about, is, okay, we'll define God. So that's my, I would say, belief. Now, knowing is that God is real, and so are we, and we're here right now. And I hope you're having a blessed evening, and everybody else.
Mm-hmm. So you say that you believe a God is real, and you said we could go on forever about what that is, but what is it? What is a God that you claim is real?
Well, again, I'd choose more to use the word know as opposed to believe, just because.
Oh, I see. So you're saying you know a God is real.
Yeah, know
so you prefer
that
arrogance to humility. But why is it that you claim to know a God is real? What is the God you claim to know?
Okay, here, let's just not arrogance, brother, not arrogance.
You can dress it up however you'd like, but it's plain as day. What is it that you're claiming to know is God?
Okay, let's just go simple. Right now that I know that this is the first time have ever come across your channel. How do you pronounce this? Batcolyte?
Mm-hmm. So can you answer the question I asked, or are you just going to continue to arrogantly pontificate away from the question I asked?
No, I don't want to arrogant anything,
Great.
brother. And
so
I'm
let's go
answer
back to the question that I asked. What is the God that you're claiming to know or believe?
Well, that's where I mentioned that we could talk about that forever,
sure,
because I can't give you...
But if you can't describe what the thing is, then how is it you can claim to know that it exists?
Once again, through my experience.
What is it you are claiming you know exists?
Well, okay, right, so we can talk about this. This is the beginning of what could go on forever.
Right. You could go on forever somewhere else. That's fine. If you're not capable of questioning your beliefs, if you're not interested in having the conversation that is outlined right above me in blue writing, then I don't know why you'd bother even requesting up if you're just going to meander away from literally every single question. But if you find yourself capable, you're welcome to request back up. I think perhaps you should think about whether or not questioning your beliefs is something you can even do when you claim to have an absolute knowledge of something that you cannot know, or at least can't define, describe, or in any way articulate. The name and the pun say rat, but so far everything has said troll. Maybe the audience thinks differently. Perhaps we can try to see if this guest actually can question their beliefs. I'll let you guys decide. There's a really easy way to do that. Here, we'll set a 2-minute poll. Should we try with the previous guest again? The poll is in the top left corner of the screen, up there next to where it says, can you even question? Yeah, on that same row, look over, there's a little blue clipboard. If you click that clipboard, you can vote the poll and let us know if you think we should continue with the previous guest, if they actually can question their beliefs. Five votes in so far in favor of a reprieve. If you would like to vote, don't forget to click that clipboard up there. Let us know. Click yes or no, thumbs up, thumbs down. And we'll know soon if we're bringing the previous guest up. It's still looking in favor of yes so far. And maybe he can question his beliefs. Maybe he's not just here to pontificate his knowing all over everything without a single inclination of humility or doubt. Perhaps. And we'll give him that opportunity if the vote continues the way it does. 7 votes in so far, and the no is looking pretty abysmal. So 8 votes, still 75% yes. Don't forget, mods, you can vote too. Well, except for Mika, because Mika likes to use the polls too. Don't beat around the burning bush. What the hell, I don't know what that means, but we'll go ahead and give the previous guest another shot. Looks like out of the 8 of you that voted, most of you think we should. So here we go. Hello, Autonomous. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Again, brother, about to be 45, and thank you, and thank you for the audience.
Sure.
Yeah.
So let's continue. You believe in a god of some kind. You claim it is knowing and that you can't describe what the god is. Is that correct?
I can give descriptions as to far as what I know from my experiences.
Previously, what do you claim this god is that you know exists? What is it?
What is God? Who is God? What is God? Okay, well, here, this is, okay. So no beating around the bush, just want to get to the point of it.
Wow.
Try to sum this up as quick as possible.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry, here we go. So, 2014 is when I say God got a hold of my attention. Okay. From 2014 to the beginning of last year, I was identifying as Christian because that was my upbringing within the Christianity. Since the beginning of last year, through my clickety-clicks on YouTube or whatever, I have began what the people call deconstructionalism, as far as with the Bible and Christian and all that kind of stuff, which has led me to where I am at the present day.
Great. So can you tell me what God is? Because I didn't ask for your life story or your current stance on deconstructing Christianity. Since you haven't mentioned Christianity in your answer to what God is, can you tell me what God is, since that's the question that I've asked you now, and it will be your last opportunity to answer?
Okay. Right, so what God is, from my experience, I would say that God is, I guess to put it, it's hard, that's why I said we could talk about it forever. So
you said you had experiences enough to know what a God is, that you know a God exists. What is the thing that you know?
Okay, so when
you can say it. If it's not knowledge, you're making shit up to sound like you have some sort of claim, some sort of superior, advanced knowledge, an arrogant claim. If you don't know, then you say you don't know, and say you believe, and we can find out what you believe. But if you're just saying you know, and then you can't articulate at all what you know, do you actually know it?
Right. Well, okay. So this is okay.
If you can't
I got it.
articulate what you know, do you know it? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so do you know a God exists?
Yes.
Then what is it you're claiming exists?
What I'm claiming exists is, so at the beginning of 14, so I would have been 33, basically living most of my life in the way of which you have mentioned arrogance, right, and selfishness and that kinds of stuff, is that when God got a hold of my attention, letting me know that, for the sake, we'll just say he or it is always right, and I sure the heck am not, and put me in my place. So that is what leads me to, that's the beginning
Something
of
got
my
your
experience.
attention and put you in your place. What? What got your attention and put you in your place?
God did.
In what way?
Specifically, the moment was he was in the form of an older brother. Laser beam eyeball contact to me from approximately 40 feet away,
An older
and
brother.
told me that he was always right. Well, I consider a male a brother, female a sister. Okay, so this was an
looked at you
older
and
man.
said something.
Yes, that he is always right. Okay.
An older man looked at you and said, I'm always right.
Yes, so in the whole, I could spend 5, 10, 20 an hour, whatever, I don't want.
If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and is actually capable of questioning their beliefs in a coherent manner, go ahead and request up. If you're doing whatever the fuck he was doing, don't do it. Just don't. I'm not interested. But if you actually can question your beliefs and have, I don't know, some kind of communicative conversation with a fellow human being, please, go for it. That was, yeah, that was... Thank you, Cassie B. Carter, for the 9 star. Would it still have been God if a younger woman had said that they knew everything? That's a great question. I'm sure that the guest would probably find some way to tell us a long-winded story that went nowhere near answering it. Really, I think that guest should probably go study under Uncle Rory. At least those stories have some sort of, I don't know, dramatic flair in the delivery. Does that make you God, Cat? Sounds like a good idea there, Radamos. Go find you some cheese where you can, nibble at a question or an idea long enough to put everyone else to sleep. I'm feeling remarkably patient, too. I don't think that was me. I really think he was trying to not answer questions. What was that? Now I have questions, Kat. We might get to those. But what was that, the thought that just escaped my mind when I saw Cat claiming to be God? Oh well. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I really am just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I see that you have supported the chat, so yeah, that must check out, of course. No one has ever had other people back them up in their claim of divinity. So clearly yours must be true. That's a good point. There was the claim made by another before you. That's how I did my ascension too. Let other people call you God first, and then you just, humbly don't argue. At Frog Goddess, 52 Philbro followers. Nice. Frog Goddess. Sil says it's a hard topic. What's the hard topic? Belief? God? Why would that be a hard topic? What the hotelly, says Thrayle. What denomination were you brought up with? None. I wasn't in a Christian denomination. I was raised in the Baha'i faith. Something very different. Why'd I pick this from all? You mean belief in gods and things like that? It's the conversations I like to have. It's the questions I like to ask. It's one of the best ways I can help people engage in critical thinking in a productive way that might be beneficial to them and everyone around them. And if not, well, it's still fun. Quiet night so far. We've had a couple of guests. So far, nobody really questioning their beliefs, though one who might have, had I given them a sooner second chance. There's a potential. I think that first guest might have. Absolutely not. That wasn't someone interested in engaging, just somebody interested in having an audience. Thank you, Cassie B. Carter. I'm glad to hear that. I'm always happy to hear when people find something positive here. I think it's been the same for me. Definitely a way to rediscover and re-understand myself in ways. Nessa, what's the matter? You've never seen a dancing skeleton questioning people's beliefs before? It's just what we do. That's right, Quantum. Google is free, and those are actually good ideas to look up critical thinking and Socratic method. If you are interested in knowing more about what it is we do here, those might help answer a few questions and maybe provide you a few more. Hello, Bratch. How you doing?
Hello, Thrayle. 32 TOS. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Doing great. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah,
Trim trees all day. Out in nature. Good.
trimming trees all day out in nature. Sounds lovely. I slept through most of the day. Slept really well.
That's even better. I did read
Yeah.
twice through, 3 times through Psalms 8.
What's in Psalms 8?
It almost depicts the Holy Spirit as like a yin, like a divine feminine, like maybe Heavenly Mother. I don't think Mary, but what the one before, but I don't know. I told Fluff that the Spirit, the most logical answer to what is the Holy Spirit would be bioelectricity, and she countered with Psalms 8, and
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense. The LDS, there's only one hymn that mentions Heavenly Mother, and Divine Feminine isn't talked about much. It's more just implied. But as spirit, it's never been connected to the Holy Spirit, and it's just it's fun. It's a belief roller coaster, I guess. It's good.
It's not very long. Psalm 8.
It keeps saying her and the way she influences kings and prophets, and
Which translation?
I think just King James.
The one that begins to the chief musician upon getteth.
Oh, is it Proverbs? I don't know.
Maybe
Whichever one
Proverbs.
is the one after, the shorter one. I think.
The short. Okay. That's a little longer, yeah. And that is talking about she. Doth not wisdom cry, and understanding put forth her voice? She standeth in the top of high places, by the way in the places of the paths. She crieth at the gates, at the entry of the city, and at the coming in at the doors. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of men. O ye simple, understand wisdom, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart. Hear, for I will speak of excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall be right things. For my mouth shall speak truth, and wickedness is the abomination to my lips. Interesting.
Yeah, it's good. I'll probably read it more, but I probably should detach from it just as much as I look into it.
What is the takeaway from this proverb that you're gaining?
Oh, I guess shave the beards off the gods, maybe.
Shave the beards off the gods. I did catch your comment yesterday about how bearded gods are like a hot thing this year, or lately.
Yeah, lately in like collab time, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So is this to you saying that this is a divine feminine calling for, or asking for a blessing of truth of some kind?
There's a few verses later where it connects it to Christ, but
Interesting.
at the same time,
are you sure it connects it to Christ, or authors of the Christ narrative connected it to?
that's the thought I just lost. Proverbs 8. Like, who am I to give any credit to it? I mean, who trusts the translators these days? I don't know.
Do you think that anything provided in the Bible is actually from God, or the thing that you question as God?
There's another scripture saying that God speaks. I mean, that servants will become prophets. God speaks through all children. It implies that all text really is holy text, or just if we're images of God, if we're mirrors of God, why focus only on the Bible? And why give any power to?
Have you ever read anything written by the Marquis de Sade?
I had never heard those words.
De Sade.
No, sounds good. I don't know.
I'd like to know if you read that, if you find it holy. Is it divine?
Oh, I mean, there's always the opposite, Thrayle. So if that's what it's.
Is it still divine? If it's the opposite.
I think God puts a lesson in it either way.
God puts a lesson in it.
Ego, maybe.
What implies to you, Braj, that a God exists to influence texts at all?
I guess it's kind of roundabout in the way that I don't trust flesh or perception, and so I try to keep God close in case. I don't know.
You try to keep God close in case of what?
At this point, it's if Appalachia gets out of hand, I don't know.
What would happen if
It's not
Appalachia
just
gets
there.
out of hand? You've had
I mean, it's
experiences in Appalachia, right? That's what.
Yeah, but it's a wider reflection on displacement and trauma that seeps into the ground.
Why would it be seeping into the ground? and not the people? Could it not be the people that perpetuate the trauma and not actually something supernatural in the ground?
Thrayle, I didn't know the history of Shenandoah. I mean, it could have been subconscious, but I didn't know the history when. Ooh, the cemeteries,
Does what you experienced necessarily imply a certainty of the history, or could it have been any kind of, even anxiety-inspiring experience?
I mean, it reflects anyone.
Experience.
Anyone who experiences displacement could probably tap into whatever.
Displacement, what do you mean by that?
Root chakra, it's home, safety, survival. But when it's ripped away, I think it's like Daredevil. You rip away the root and the rest, I don't know.
You rip away the root. What do you mean by that?
It's temporal, I guess. It's the most temporal, maybe. But there's even below. Earthsea, I think, is its name. I don't know all the meanings, but...
It sounds very layered. Brad, your experiences that you had in Appalachia, are they necessarily something that was supernatural? Or could they have been a confusion flavored by how your mind filled the gaps?
The voice that manifested in the text-to-speech maker, it had tangible evidence that I deleted because I didn't want it to have any power. I didn't feel like I should publish the video because it was in there.
In a text-to-speech maker?
Yeah, TTS maker, and I used the voice named Christ and the message of universal harmony, and
this was an AI voice?
It was an AI voice, yeah. But there was a second voice that was not AI. It was like growl whisper, you know?
You say it was not AI. Could that not have been something programmed into that AI to make it seem more mystical, more impressive? To give it that air of divinity or flavor of... Could that not have been programmed in?
It could. I mean, the robots trolling me, that's even better, but this was so subliminal that I did not hear it until it showed up as a second line of captions.
I understand, but does that mean that it couldn't have been programmed into that AI to include subtle, subliminal, or even, undertone speech?
Oh no, this is what, yeah, they,
If they're making an AI and calling it the voice of God or Christ or something like that, wouldn't it make sense they might also include some sort of devilish undertone to give it more, just seeming more real?
It does, but this is like 1 out of 100 options in the voice list, and they look like little me characters, you know? So I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, but you're right, though. That could be kind of like a joke or something.
Mm-hmm. I've used some text-to-speech type apps. Some of them use AI voices, and those don't always say what you type. Oftentimes they'll include things that are part of the character to make it more on brand, in character. So they include ways of manipulating what you want it to say something similar. Is it possible that's what this one was doing? And
It
added
is-
in a devilish voice underneath.
It really could have been, but it scared me, and it felt like it was just using it as a channel. Like they don't have flesh. That's what they preach, that we're more powerful because we have flesh, and but they use technology, they use other things to come through. But I guess I need to question that too, because humans just as tricky. So
Yeah, I would definitely question that, Brad. See if it's possible that the AI voice had some kind of programming in it to include that.
yeah, it's worth doing. Thank you, Thrayle. I'll jump down.
Absolutely. Appreciate you as always, Branch. Hell yeah. Big W's for Branch. Always great to get to question him. And that's how it's done, folks. We're not here to argue, to debate. We're not here to tear apart your beliefs or burgle your gods. No one's here trying to prove you wrong. Just here to see if you even can question your beliefs. And Brad definitely can question his beliefs. That's evident. But what about you? Can you question yours? And what does that look like for you? There's plenty of boxes up here, and I don't have a lot of questioners just lingering around, lurking, ready to pounce on you. Just me. And, well, you, and whatever you believe. And if you believe in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, go ahead and request up. We may have some questioners join us, but even they won't be pouncing. We're really just here to see if questioning is something that you even can do. Oh, cat can come linger and lurk and potentially pounce. That's great. Eventually. I don't know, Sonali. I've never told a cat not to pounce. Not sure how that would work. It's kind of something they do. But I'm not waiting to pounce. I'm just here to see if questioning your beliefs is a thing that you can do. And if you can, express even the slightest bit of epistemic humility while exploring your beliefs and understanding your assumptions, then I think we might have a very pleasant conversation. But if you are just going to loudly proclaim your absolute knowledge of whatever divine thing you, claim to know, then why would you even bother, right? But yeah, questioning beliefs, and that's what we're doing here. If you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. Hell yeah. Appreciate the heart, Mika. And of course, if you are in mountain time, it looks like it's after midnight, you could always send your heart me's again. This is also true. This is why you don't tell a cat not to pounce, because as soon as you do, it will. You just don't address it. Is that Mika pouncing? Just gentle pounce. Well, whether or not you're waiting to pounce, I appreciate all of you tapping the screen up 60,000 times. That's really awesome. Really, really awesome. Appreciate all those taps, and we can keep tapping. Who knows? We might even break 200K tonight. That'd be crazy, but it could happen. We're on track. And if we keep tapping and keep sharing, I'm pretty sure the algorithm ought to pick us back up. We've been ebbing and flowing, but I think we can get back to the flow. And if you can question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, well, that'll help a lot. Let's see if you can. If you just request up, and I'll have some questions for you. I'm generally pretty patient, you know. I know sometimes, especially, well, guests like the one before Brad, you know. But if you can, respectfully and, you know, coherently question your beliefs, or even respectfully at least, we'll figure out the coherency as we go. I keep looking at the boxes. There's nothing there. I'm just waiting. One of them's going to pop up with a request. Thank you, Cassie B. Carter. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate you, Quantum. Hope you enjoy your trip. Still deciding if you're pouncing or not. Well, whether you're pouncing on believers or not, whatever it is you're pouncing on, maybe you can pounce your way up to one of these request buttons, or the pink and blue people next to your chat box. Pounce on them if you can question your belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, then bounce away. We're not here to attack. I don't know, Sonali. Some people just don't. They just don't appreciate what we're doing, apparently. Thank you, Peg the Priesthood. Appreciate you. Oh, and thank you, Kate and Cassie B. Carter, for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. I just realized you cleared that one. Thank you. Hell yeah. Now, where are all the believers? What beliefs do they believe, and what questions can they actually ask? Hell yeah. I see a tiny science down there. Make sure you're following that guy. He does great lives, usually while I'm still waking up. Wait, I'm being turned into a drinking game. I totally missed it. Oh, Thrayle said, I gotcha. I gotcha. Well, I mean, if that's the case. Right. That's right. A person who doesn't drink turning someone else who doesn't drink's words into a drinking game. It's going to be entertaining for someone. Probably us. I wonder where all the believers be, believing the things that they believe. Are they doing it somewhere else? Maybe we should send them invites. Make sure you go down to that bent little arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen. If you haven't already, copy the link or send it to a friend, or post it on your church message board or Facebook page, or wherever the hell you want to post it. All those things might help get us out a little more to the FYP, and maybe even get somebody else in here who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Are you just questioning theists? Well, Val, kind of. As atheists and agnostics find their way up here from time to time, and I'll question their assertions, assumptions, and conclusions as well. Though usually what I'm looking for is somebody who has a belief in a god or something like it, to see if they can question their beliefs. I find agnostics and atheists at least tend to be able to, at some point question, though atheists a little less. So some of them are quite confident. But yeah, generally, if you have a belief in a god or anything like it, I'm definitely interested in seeing if you can question your belief. Ebony, yeah, if a god is real, then they are an asshole. That's an interesting way to look at it. What would make the god an asshole? I guess what would make it real? I'm assuming you don't believe that. Seems evident from the comment, but, you know. I did play a song earlier. Maybe that's slowed our progress a little bit, but I'm not mad about it. It was a great song. Maybe I just need to play a more upbeat one. But I'd really rather a guest with a questioning demeanor find their way up here and see just quite how much that demeanor holds. That's usually how chess wins quantum. I mean, when you get up, you kind of forfeit. Though, on electronic games, it gives you a little more leeway. Well, I mean, that might be a reason he's an asshole, Ebony. All the suffering on Earth, all the innocent children that suffer, yeah. There's a reason he might be an asshole. Or he might just not be capable. Maybe he can't stop those things. What kind of god that would be is another question, but... Hazel, I don't think Kat's playing. She invented one, and so far I've said the word once. Well, twice, actually. But I might need to say it again, just to see if, see if it affects the guest flow, maybe. Because if everybody's taking a shot every time I say peg, then, that would be... Well, it'd be a really slow drinking game, because how often do I really say a word like peg? 4 times in a life so far, but only twice because it was demonstrative of the, the whole idea that I would say the word, peg. I don't think it works, though. I don't think it's actually... Like, if people are getting drunk every time I say that, it's dangerous for one thing. You never know. I might overuse it. Maybe somebody in the audience says it and I have to engage over and over. That could be bad. Or I might go the whole episode and only say it, like the one time to greet the chatter. Or, read a comment from Hazelnut or Mika. That is usually where I find the word peg, in the chat. I see you. neither of you did this time. This time, it was all, well, I mean, there was a chatter. I said their name, and then Cat turned it into a drinking game. Actually, I think it was last time it was witty, and then before that, it was Mika, I think. Either way, I know where the blame goes. Ebony, yeah, I guess if you're talking about that specific god, then maybe it should be capable, or maybe it's not. Maybe that's part of its, I don't know, power set. How do we know what the actual power of God is? Why would a book tell us the truth of anything? Why would we narrow our view to what a god is to just one belief system? What a god even could be? What if the closest thing to a god were something that didn't know we were here, or didn't really care? For all we know, the entire universe could just be one membrane on the wing of the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Brain, in which our universe is just one of those membranes between her bony appendages, unfurling, expanding as she unfurls her wings. That could be. I said that unfurls a few extra times in there. But it could be something like that, right? And if it is, if it were, why would anything like that require or desire our belief? Why would it know that we exist? Why would it care what we do within the structure of the wings? Do you know what the microbes are doing? In between your fingers, or why would you care if a microbe devoted its life to you or didn't? West Plays says they all follow the same pattern, by the way. What you're suggesting exists. Oh, I'm not suggesting anything like that exists. I'm asking why anything like that, if it existed, would care about us, or what we do, or what we think, or believe, or how we feel about anything. Why would that make any impact on... That's all. You might think of them, Samantha. Like, do you know the individual ones by name? Have you? Do you care what they think or what their processes are? care if they're happy because you're connected. I don't know how you would know if they're happy or not. Thank you, Quantum. Appreciate you. Seems interesting that you seem insistent upon it, Samantha, but how would you know? In what way would you be able to relate? And in what way would you be able to bless them or respond to their needs or prayers? In what way can you serve as God? To the microbes, just by existing. Then their worship, their praise doesn't alter your existing, doesn't change your behaviors. So if we were that to a God, microbes within its structure, what use would our adulation, our praise, our worship be? Thank you, Quantum. Appreciate you. I like that one. But maybe you believe in a God, some other kind, some kind of any kind at all. Maybe you can question that belief. That's what I'm here for, not trying to debate, not trying to prove you wrong. I'm not looking to quibble over, really anything except, well, if you can question. That's really the main focus of every question. In what way do you question your belief, and what does believing it do for you? What will questioning serve? Will you actually change anything, or will you just wear the new doubt alongside the belief? I've noticed that really no matter what we do, the 80,000 times you guys have tapped the screen, the 58 shares, those are all really amazing. But the number seems to be dropping, and I can't help but wonder if it's because I'm randomly musing about questioning beliefs that no one will actually bring to the table. Or if it's because I teased with one song and now we should probably listen to more music. Thank you, Quantum. Really appreciate you. Maybe I just need somebody to question me. If you have a belief or not, and you've been questioned before, if you can question. And you've got a question for me, then go ahead and request out. We still have Question the Questioner running till at the end of the weekend. Till my next day off.
I think you're just boring without me.
Oh, I'm just boring with... I might be boring without you.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
So now I'm here.
If I'm boring without you, what does that make you?
Fun?
I see.
Makes you boring and me fun. And pretty. Mika's right.
You do have that down too, yeah.
So now Fun and Pretty is here. And so
stopped
everybody
saying
should come question their beliefs. Oh, look! Fun and Pretty number... The other Fun and Pretty one's here.
I noticed. Hello, Morgan.
Hello.
I don't get to be pretty.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. Apparently, I'm boring. I thought maybe the colors. I'll make the color different, and then I can be pretty. Doesn't help that the different colors make me phase out of existence. There we go. Now I'm pretty.
Very purple. Very nice.
Not so pretty. That's the wrong light. We should change this one. There we go. Now I'm pretty. I'm still pretty boring. It's not working. Okay.
Some people are just beyond help.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I guess do either of you have questions? We can do that whole questioning thing that we do here sometimes.
Oh, I'm supposed to be pouncing it too, I forgot.
You're supposed to be what? What?
Pouncing. I need a hard question to ask you. Hold on. Chat, give me a hard question to ask him.
Fun and Pretty came pretty, but we're waiting for the fun. Why does a diagonal line encode more data than a straight line? I don't know. Vertices. Vectors. Something to do with... I have no idea. Like on-topic questions. Oh, just belief in God questions. Yeah. That way I don't ramble off into nonsense, as I'm wont to do sometimes. Like I'm kind of doing now. Because it's still quiet. What is your favorite book? I mean, not really related.
It's not a terrible question, though.
Why would I have a favorite book?
God, oh, he doesn't have favorites, sorry.
Is there a category?
What's your favorite novel?
Fiction.
Yeah, I said novel.
Are we doing like sci-fi, fantasy, reality,
Oh my god.
crime? Mystery. I mean,
This is one that says classic. I don't like
Classics.
classics. I am an uncultured piece of shit.
favorite classic novel. I like Treasure Island. It was a fun one. It's fun to read out loud. a lot of different characters.
I'm preferential to Rappaccini's daughter.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of liked Great Expectations, but that's the best I got for you.
I mean, if we're just doing classics, sure. If you give me a category, I can sometimes get close to a favorite. But I am also thinking of like 3 other classics.
Okay. Hazel says, what does it mean for something to matter in a universe that may or may not care?
In a universe that may not care. No, it's whatever it means subjectively to you. It's something that you have decided or has, through influence, been your meaning, your application of reason, or your application of moral, or of lesson, or of it's the epilogue we give ourselves for our interactions.
How poetic. Mika asks, have you given any thought to whether or not you'd write a new book knowing people would believe and follow its teachings?
I did consider writing a Bible, but it wasn't for people to believe and follow its teachings. It was to, maybe for people to find something, I guess, somewhat rewarding. I didn't get too far. I had some, outlines of the moral lessons to give, and some poems started. I wonder if I did write a book and people did follow its teachings, how would I feel if I found later those teachings were in error? Would I need to write a new book to correct the old book? Or would I create an amendment, a new testament, a new edition? Why would I begin if I didn't have some assurance that the answers that I provided, or the lessons that I shared, would be beneficial, useful, and, perhaps not unquestionable, but maybe that's the point. To create a book with questionable lessons, force you to question them. Wait, that would be something like a Bible. Then there'd be people that actually believe it, take it literally. That's dangerous. I wouldn't want to be responsible for the great Bat Inquisition of, 30, 45 or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if I would. I would want to make sure that whatever I wrote was taken as seriously as, perhaps the Principia Discordia, or maybe less, because I actually do see some Discordians take that a little too seriously. Thrayle, do you believe there is a purpose or meaning in the way the universe has come to be? If I did believe there was a meaning or a purpose in the way the universe had come to be, then it would be my meaning that I applied. I can't think of any that I'd want to. I could be poetic or romantic. I could be whimsical or childish. I could find things to say are the meaning of all. I could try to sound magnanimous and make it something that appeals to the masses. But it would still be mine, or ours. It would be the thing that we applied, the thing we decided, we agreed to, or came up with, or whatever it is. We applied it. We granted. Exactly, Dave. Taco Bell franchises are the purpose of the universe. God wanted Taco Bells at all locations in the Milky Way, and so he needed us to do that. So therefore, the Earth was created in order to create Taco Bell, and we have space travel. Eventually, we will branch out. And, yeah, that's. I mean, we could do that. We could apply whatever meaning we want. Not sponsored, by the way. Three pips, I know. I've seen that. Yeah. According to the... what's the movie? Demolition Man. Yeah. Tacos are sandwiches, Quantum, yes. Right, Mika. I mean, their people can get in touch with my people, and we'll see what we can work out. But welcome in to everybody who is just joining. We are still here, as we always are, questioning beliefs, seeing if you can question your belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that. And if you can, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue, just seeing, really, if you can question. And we've got a few questions for you. Of course, if you've got questions for me and you've questioned up here before, go ahead and request up and bring those questions with you. Otherwise, type them in the comments and I'll do my best to answer as many as I can till we get a guest. Oh, that sounds really good, Kat. They don't have that at my Taco Bell. I have a question for you, Kat.
I probably have an answer for you.
You probably won't like the question.
Ask it anyway.
If you were... Rather than paint a scenario, I'm just going to give you two options and assume that you need to pick one or the other. And if you can't, I'll understand and try to reason though. Fate or determinism? Yeah, you don't like it. I didn't think you'd like it.
No, fate. Fate. That's the answer. Yeah, fate.
Why?
They're both ridiculous. They're both wrong. But one's whimsical. So
It's whimsical to be the pawns and the threads of fate, the pieces.
yeah, because it implies like a mind, a something like it's like kind of romantic and whimsical, and it feels that way, ethereal, supernatural, something like that. And determinism just sucks.
So, the idea that all the moving pieces contribute to the seeming ballet of existence, of life, of things. The idea that each step causes the next, and each of those things move in this sort of dance.
Why are you trying to make me hate it more? I already said that I hate it.
I didn't think that would make you hate it more. I was curious. So just this idea of an elegant dance of things causing each other, that can't be romantic or whimsical.
I didn't actually catch that.
The idea of an elegant dance of cause and effect, moving in the way that we see things result, that can't be romantic or whimsical to you.
No.
Interesting. that is.
It's not all that interesting. I feel like if you knew the answer to that, like, it doesn't matter how you spin it, I'm going to reject it.
Right. I get that you're going to reject it. I understand. I just was curious about more.
No. Only associated with negative emotions. No whimsy.
I understand.
Good question, though.
Yeah. So fate.
Like a terrible would you rather.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the worst. Fate. Yes, fate.
Yeah, I thought you would appreciate the corner I backed you into.
I think you were surprised how quickly I answered that.
Actually, not.
No.
I also am not surprised at the answer either.
Well, yeah. The answer, if the question is, if it's a multiple choice question and one of the answers is determinism, it's not that one.
Thank you, Quantum. Hell yeah. Thank you. Was it determined that Cat would pick fate? It might have been fated, or determined. I don't think it was free will, but it might have been some kind of other thing that we don't know how to describe, and just use the word choice for.
There's no way to rule out randomness.
I wonder how we would rule out randomness, because even if we could begin to, that could be a random result. There actually might be a way to rule out randomness. There's I'd have to think on how to apply it in a broader sense. There's a brain puzzle that I really enjoy about 3 aliens. It's similar to the 2 doors from Labyrinth, where one guard always tells the truth and one always lies. And the person has one question to see who's telling the truth, who's lying, and which door is safe. To conclude all, well, at least figure out which door is safe. And there's a way to ask the question, to word it so that it causes the person answering to sort of give a double negative, granting a positive answer, no matter who they are, lie or truth. There's a way to do that with the broader puzzle in the where there's 3 aliens and one will tell you the truth, one will lie, and one will give random. To be able to rule out random, to get to, well, your answer. I think it says, rather than mind game.
I'm not very good at things like that, as we saw in Big Lakes, where I got the one that everybody gets wrong right, and got the one that everybody gets right wrong.
Yeah, I remember that one.
My brain doesn't really work like other people's.
Yeah, I think if he had worded it or texted it to me, I would have gotten it. But I can say that.
Yeah, of course you can see that in hindsight. What we really learned that night was that I am the smartest. And it's not what we learned. We learned that my brain is weird and works in a weird way.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome brain.
Okay.
I kind of like it.
I know.
We have a guest now.
Oh,
Caden, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Caden, did you mean to join us? Caden going once. Caden going twice. Alright, Caden, we'll set you back down. I'm under obligation not to complete that joke. Hello, crows.
Good morning.
Martin.
I'm is just awake, so do wanna. How are you?
It is early for you, isn't it? Doing pretty good.
Good.
We were just, determining that Cat has a strange brain, and it's pretty cool.
Nice one.
I think that's what we figured out.
How did you come to that conclusion?
I think it was cards and alcohol. Though, hypothetical cards and hypothetical alcohol. And it was a while ago.
it makes it sound like we were playing some wild poker game. That's not what it was.
I mean, strange brain. Oh, I think we've got a guest. Maybe. Hello, Domino. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a building Christian. I'm learning.
You're a what?
Constructing. I'm not deconstructed, but I'm a constructing Christian.
A constructing Christian.
Yeah.
You're building a church.
I'm learning. Yeah.
Oh.
You know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was listening to y'all conversation. I just, and I heard you say something. If you had questions, you could question.
I see. So, yeah, what we're doing here is seeing if people can question their beliefs. Not to argue or debate or take it away, but to see if questioning is even a thing that you can do. Do you think you can question your beliefs?
I can.
What does that mean to you?
Questioning my belief. What does it mean to me?
You got a little bit of background music there. If you turn that down or off, it'd be a little easier to hear.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Quite a bit, yeah. It's great. So, yeah, what does questioning your belief mean to you?
I believe that possibly could mean looking elsewhere, looking for answers, looking for your own truth, actually going out and doing your own research.
Okay. That's interesting. What about examining the things you already concluded, the things you already accept, and seeing if those are really worth holding?
Yeah. If I was to read something and someone was to tell me it meant something else, I would go back and do deeper research on what I've read.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes. Well, no, not fully, not all at once,
but pieces.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe the stories from the Bible are true and literal?
Yes. Well, the ones I've read, yes.
So all the stories that you've read, you believe are true?
Yes.
Does that include the creation story, the Adam and Eve story. Have you read those?
Yes.
And so you believe that God created everything in 6 literal days in a particular order, as Genesis 1 says.
Correct.
Why do you believe that?
Because so I've actually read that before, and I've actually took this just a little research just to hear other people's thought about that as well. And I can't remember the guy's name that put it more simple to my attention about it, but the way the order goes is he created the heavens and the earth first. So, but no, the first that began there was light. So there was something. Then he created the heavens and earth. There was matter. Then he created the things to live on the earth.
Are you sure you've got that in the right order?
No, I'm not sure. But
heavens and earth and then light.
I'm sure. I'm not sure if I got that in the correct order, but I'm around.
And if it was light, and then after light, there was the. Do you remember what the second day was? That firmament thing.
Let there be light.
After that, he divided the light, called one day, called one night.
Night.
Right?
Okay.
You remember that?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember what happened after that?
Let me see if I can. I mean, I could just pull up my Bible.
Sure. While you're off app, we won't be able to hear you, but you'll be able to look at what you need to look at. So we'll wait for you to come back and hear you when you're back, I guess. In the meantime, thank you guys for tapping the screen 99,000 times, and there's every chance that you guys could tap all the way to 100K before I take my next breath. So I really appreciate literally every single one of you for tapping that much. That's really fucking amazing, and I'm really gonna need a breath in just a moment, so keep tapping. Hell fucking yeah. You guys are amazing. Hell yeah. But Danny, I'm sorry, Domino, you'll have to come back to the app for us to be able to hear you again. Oh, well, I mean...
Hey, can you hear me?
Now we hear you.
Okay.
Welcome back. So you pulled up your Bible app.
Yeah.
And you looked at Genesis 1 for a second.
I'm in one right now. In the beginning, he created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without void, without form and without void.
Okay, so which translation is this? Is this ESV? That sounds like.
Yeah.
And trying to remember. So, what does it say after that? After he created light.
The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the earth. Otherwise, the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the faces of the water. You want me to keep going?
Well, I was asking about after the light. So if you could get to the light part, which should be next.
Let there be light, and there was light. God saw the light, and light was good, and God divided the light from darkness.
Divided the light from darkness. That's where we were. And when you said you were going to get your Bible app. So what's next? What's after that?
God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening
dark he called night.
The first day.
Yeah, that was the other part I said. He divided them, called one dark day and one night. Well, what's next after that?
And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters."
What's that?
And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters."
So what is that? What's a firmament?
Give me 1 second. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under.
Well, he continues reading, I guess. Thank you guys for the 61 shares. You guys can all go down to the bent little arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen and add to story or repost, copy the link. All those things help get us out to the FYP, or send it to a few friends. Sorry, go ahead. What's after that?
Yeah. So the firmament. So God called the firmament heaven,
So it's heaven.
Right.
So he creates heaven on day 2. I thought he did that already.
No, he said he called the firmament heaven. Not that
Oh, so it's different. This is a different heaven.
No, it's not. So he already created the heavens, but he divided the
So
water.
there's other heavens, and then this is another heaven.
Okay, so I will go back for you. So when he, at the beginning, he created the heaven and the earth. And the earth
Okay,
was
so he's made heaven, he's made earth.
Right.
The earth is kind of blank. It's blank slate earth. Cool.
Right.
We got that. What's next?
And darkness was upon the face of the earth, and
Okay, so that doesn't help us.
upon the face of the water.
None of that's really helping us. So then the heaven comes up again after he makes that firmament thing and calls it heaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is that what he did when he made heaven? The heavens and the earth was make a bunch of firmament things and an earth. But then, so what is the heaven that he makes here?
So this is clearly in the sky.
It's in the sky?
Yes.
So he makes it in the sky. How is it clearly in the sky?
So
Does it say that?
In the midst of the waters.
Waters. Which waters?
They divide the waters.
Wait a minute. He makes heaven twice, but he hasn't made water yet. Where does this water come from?
Oh shit, my boy. Hold on. Fix it. Man, let me do some reading because now you got me right.
I appreciate you, Domino. I really do.
Thank you. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna come back up after.
Yeah, we'll set you down. Appreciate you. And if you have, if you're open to questioning your beliefs again, we'd really welcome you. I think Domino can question. He might be able to. We'll see where he goes. But really appreciate you, Domino, for being respectful. It was a good conversation.
I think that was a burgle.
No, I don't think that was a burgle.
That was a burgle, dude.
No, he's going to question though, and that's what I'm hopeful for. But yeah, W's for Domino. Good conversation, and there was some questioning. And I didn't even get to Genesis 2.
Didn't have to. You said it all. Said enough. Too much. It's nice seeing you come out with fresh pattern. Instead of going straight for the comparison between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, you actually dissected Genesis 1 and didn't even need to go to Gen 2.
It sometimes depends on translation and the way the believer is going to question. So it's interesting to see where it goes every time.
Well, it's refreshing to go a different angle, because it's very boring going down the same route all the time.
It felt like we were going to go there, didn't it?
See, when you said that, I was just like, oh, I'm going to make a cup of tea. This is going to be like 40 minutes of nonsense. But it was refreshing.
Yep. And we can find other things to question too. It's a fun place to start, the beginning. Right at the beginning.
Why don't you ever start at the end?
That's what they do.
Why?
Do you know that? Generally, Christians suggest to read your Bible from the New Testament and then go back to the Old Testament.
Oh, because they don't want to admit the Old Testament, don't they not?
They want you to look for Jesus in the Old Testament. They want it to be in your mind that he's a layer of that story.
Sorry, I'm having child issues. Give me a minute.
No, we're just waiting for somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that. If you can question your belief in a god you'd like to try, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or burgle your gods. I really don't need to, stuff a shed in the woods full of all of the burgled gods. I really don't. I don't know what I'd do with a shed like that.
Colour would you paint the shed?
Well, it doesn't really matter what color this shed is. Probably green or blend in with the forest.
Yeah, but if you paint it green, then there would be gods in there that would be like, that's far too pagan. You can't be doing that. So,
what makes you think the gods are gonna say anything?
well, I'm just being a human. So let's just stop and just entertain the idea. What colour would you paint the shed?
Green. You just blend in.
But it's too pagan. You can't paint a shed green and then put
Well, it needs to
Christian
blend
gods.
in. It's camouflage with the forest. It's in.
Yeah, it makes sense to. Also, you're putting all the gods in a green shed in a forest and telling them, "Oh, this isn't pagan. It's okay, boys."
No, I mean, and you can put a tarp over it too. But something that makes it insulated, comfortable to sit in.
You can't paint it black either.
No, you don't want to do that. I'd make it an oven.
And you can't paint it red because they'll be like, oh, it's a blah, blah.
It'd be too bright. Yeah. Stick out. Might look like a barn. No, you don't want a barn.
They would maybe all agree on blue, right? Maybe?
No, it's green. It's definitely green. And you don't even have to paint it. They usually come that way.
Yeah, I think they would agree on blue because of the water of life.
Why? Well, why would you expect the gods to have an opinion on the color of the shed that they are contained within?
Have you read some of the books that the gods have supposedly written? They have opinions on everything. To assume they wouldn't have an opinion on a shed that you're putting them in is just very human of you.
Sure, they might have opinions, but why would their opinions sway what you do to the shed that you can keep them in?
Again, have you read any of their books?
I'm just saying, if I had
control
a
issues.
shed, if I had a shed in the woods full of gods, I probably wouldn't bother painting it. It would come a pale green, and then eventually, over time, it might have rusted from wear. And so you put a tarp over it. Generally, it just kind of blends in to the scenery. It also keeps it insulated so that a certain skeleton could sit in, one corner of the room with a set of lights and a phone and run a TikTok live, questioning beliefs.
I mean, fair. I hear you on that, and I accept it. But why does your sheds come in green and mine comes in brown?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Montgomery Ward in the 1970s.
Who's that?
It's the store where the shed was purchased.
Ah, that's an old shed, man.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, rusted roof.
Yeah. Okay. So blue shed it is. Got it.
I mean, if you're making your own god shed, then sure. This is the one I was in. I was just looking around. That's what describing what I see. You know what I didn't describe when I was looking around? Even though the shed is full of gods.
What?
I didn't describe the gods.
Why?
Why do you think that might be?
I could never insult you by presuming why you never described the gods in your own god shed, Thrayle. How about you allude and tell us?
Well, I've always said that the gods in the shed exist as much as they ever did outside the shed. They're just as visible. They're just as interactive. They're just as mighty and loving and powerful and whatever else as they ever were, right here in the shed.
Do you have effigies of them?
Why would I do that?
Okay, do you have statues of them? Pictures?
No.
Do you have a word that says gods? That seems like you that does.
No. No word that says gods anywhere I can see.
So they don't exist in your room.
Well, I
Or
didn't
at
say they don't exist, but maybe they exist as
Representation
much
of
as they did outside the shed.
So then how do you know they're there? Or not there?
No, that's a good question.
Faith.
And yet you didn't answer.
Faith is what Kat said.
Yeah, that was Kat's answer, but sorry, Kat, darling, I wasn't asking you, I was asking Thrayle.
But faith is a good answer.
Yeah, don't be piggybacking.
Well, so how do I know that the gods are in the shed? Because I'm told repeatedly that I've burgled a god, and this is where I was when it happened. So if I burgled a god, and I was in the shed, then the god would be in the shed.
So you're just out there.
As much in the shed as it ever did outside the shed.
It's entrapment. That's what you're doing. That is what you're doing. You're on here stealing everybody's gods to collect them so that you can become the almighty, powerful one.
Fascinating.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
That's an interesting idea.
No.
What would happen, just suppose this, if I burgled all these gods and left them in the shed, and then walked away and left the shed here, full of gods?
Oh. I would have to phone the God abuse line and report you.
For what?
Because that's God nap.
It's god napping. Is it really?
Yeah. Did you not know that that's illegal? You can't just go around God napping.
What if I didn't lock the door on the shed? So they could leave anytime they want. But
You're
they
asking
never
the
do.
wrong question. You're asking the wrong question.
Am I? Why?
Why would you assume that you can burgle a god in the first place?
No, I never did. I've never assumed that I can burgle a god. I even say it every time. I'm not here to burgle your god. I'm not standing here with a silken sack trying to stuff your god into it, to drag it into the woods and shove it into a green shack covered in a tarp where no one will find it again. I'm not doing those things. I say it because I mean it.
So they wouldn't leave. You'll need to charge it. 2 seconds.
Yet no locks, they don't leave. exist as much as they ever did. They create as much as they ever did. They destroy as much as they ever did. They answer as many prayers as they ever did.
I still think it's very clever of you to go around collecting other people's gods to keep them in a shed. Like, what is the end goal there?
Right, if I was doing such a thing, if I were collecting gods to put them in a shed, I don't know what the end goal would be. Generally, my goal is to question, to see if those who I question can question. That's usually it.
So if you had collected all the gods and put them in a shed, right, and you just left them there, would you not sit and take the time to question them before you left them?
Question the gods?
Yeah.
Sure, if I had gods in the shed to question, I would definitely question them, but they answer as many questions as they ever did.
Have you tried to question the gods?
Sure. Do you want me to question one of the gods that's
Yeah.
supposed to be in the shed now?
Yeah.
Which god should I question in the shed? Should it be one of, well, I don't know if I've got yours in here, but I think I've got, I'm sure there's an energy god or two around, or if there are gods
You've
in the
got
shed.
Hazel.
That's one of the energy gods I was talking about. So what should I ask the energy god?
The energy god. Okay, so then ask them, okay, to knock 3 times.
Okay, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Knock 3 times, energy god. It's not really a question, that's more of a command.
Well, you could have posed it as a question instead of a command. You could have said, "Can you please?"
Okay, energy god, can you please knock 3 times?
Maybe she's in the toilet.
Yeah, I hear a clock ticking, I don't hear any knocking. So the energy god didn't knock. But I mean, as an energy god, it knocked as many times as I think it ever did, don't you?
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know what an energy god is.
Neither do I. But apparently they're in the shed.
Fair enough.
So if there are energy... Sorry, go ahead.
What is an energy god? Like, what was an energy god? That's a new one.
Energy god?
Is it like Thor or something?
No, it's... When I ask somebody, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? And they say, yes, I believe in energy. And that's an energy god. And then I say, you know what I say, right? What is energy?
Ah, yes. That good old trope. Love
Do
it.
you know what the energy god usually is described as?
What?
Frequency, vibration. Yeah. So it's a wiggly energy god.
That likes to play music, I guess.
I don't know. I don't know that it does play music. I don't hear the music. I mean, the music I'm playing, but no, I don't see any wiggly energy gods in here. But I'm told that I burgled them, so they must be in here.
That must be a lot in tea bags.
I don't know.
Well, at least you're not lonely, you know?
That's true. I don't think I'd want to be lonely. It's really quiet in here for not being lonely. Don't see the gods.
Mm.
But apparently, I'm told they're here.
Well, you'll never God nap mine.
Well, I can assure you, crows, if they ever were in the shed, they would, do all the things they ever did, just as much, because
Aw,
that's what they do.
you're so sweet.
Absolutely.
Right, I'm going to do my hair.
Okay. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm really, really, truly not here to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Duragon,
did we sleep
request
request again?
I think he did. We're gonna set
I'm
back.
here.
Oh, shit. Right as he says. We're gonna go ahead and set him down. And then he's here. Request back up, Duragon, if you want. Did sound sleepy.
I was just waiting for a moment where the conversation was not going so I could ask you a question, Thrayle.
Oh, go for it.
Do you own a copy of the 1923 Sears catalog?
The 1923 Sears catalog. 3 Sears catalog. Why? What is the, what's the novelty of that particular catalog?
I think it's the one copy that most people own when they do own the Sears catalog from back in the day.
I don't know if I have any old Sears catalogs. I'm fairly certain all of the old catalogs and magazines that my grandfather owned are long since destroyed or lost. So I don't expect there's a Sears catalog.
The reason why I asked was because of the talk of the shed and Montgomery Ward.
70s Montgomery Ward. Yeah. I'm old. I'm not as old as this shed, and the shed isn't that old.
Right.
Someone would like to question you, Thrayle.
Okay. This could be interesting. I don't know that... I feel like we've questioned Sunbun before
a couple
more than
times.
once. I think we've concluded each time that Sunbun can't question his beliefs. But I could be wrong. I think that was a mutual conclusion, though, if I'm not mistaken.
I think the first time we did,
he could, and the second time we came to the mutual conclusion.
That sounds familiar. Well, Sunbun, I'll still open myself to questioning, since it is Questioner the Questioner, and you've been up here multiple times over the last year.
I appreciate it. So the idea that came to my mind, I thought of what question I'd ask if society was a sweater, Thrayle. Which thread, when being pulled, unravels it?
If society is
the background
Gotcha.
a little bit.
Yes. If society is a sweater, which thread, when pulled, would unravel all of it? That's an excellent question. Off the top of my head, I don't know, but I am going to think on that for a moment before I conclude with ignorance.
I would probably think it'd be the sleeve.
You pull the sleeve and the whole thing comes apart. Well, but where in society, what aspect of our culture is the thread that, when pulled, unravels all? I don't know that there is one. I feel like there may seem to be to some people, but that's because that is your focus. That is their focus. To an economist, money would be the thread of civilization. To a minister or even a believer, it might be, God or religion. To a politician, it might be, the vote. It might be democracy. To I don't know. To each person, a different point of society might be that thread to them, but we see other societies function without nearly any of them. So the question is, which thread is the most essential? And I don't know that there is one. I don't think there is.
So rather than a singularity, what if we were to describe, even if it was a composite thread, so to speak, but we had a true dichotomy? I'm going to try to guess here. So if it was a true dichotomy of either preference or tolerance, which one describes the unraveling?
I'm sorry, a true dichotomy of preference or tolerance. Which one describes the unraveling of society that... I have no idea. Like, your question has so many implications. I have no idea what you're actually saying.
If you were to say that, because the way you described it with the subjective attribution of value, we're talking about people's professions and life choices or whatever. Would you chalk that up to preference? We decide what thread of civilization we're going to pick for our lifetime. And
who's deciding what thread of I have no idea what you're saying still.
I guess I'm trying to sum up what your answer was, right? And then conclude that maybe it's a balance of both. That as we interact with society, I think that
it sounds like you had an answer already in mind, and you are trying to tie. Stop, please, please stop. Did you come up with an answer in mind already, and you're trying to tie my answer around to make it make sense with yours? I'm like, because I'm not hearing what you're saying that relates to what I said.
So, the way that I consider subjective experience with my idea of a true dichotomy is that I want to categorize it as either preference or tolerance.
So you,
and I thought that your description could also be associated to subjective experience.
So the answer is yes. You're trying to tie my answer to the one you had in mind and make it sound like I agreed with something you didn't even say. It's really kind of weird. But no, what I had said is that I don't think that there is a single thread that it would unravel all of society. I'm not sure, though. I can't be certain, but it seems to me to be the case that from each perspective, a person subjectively might say there's a single thread, but I don't think that that implies that there is one through society.
Okay, then I guess we could, with that conclusion, would you say that society is unraveling? I guess is the question I could answer. Or ask.
Why would I conclude that society is unraveling?
What does that mean?
Well, if there's not a thread that's being pulled that's unraveling society, we can conclude that society's not unraveling.
Wait, what does it mean for society to be unraveling?
I guess you could call it revolution or reform or evolution. I don't know. Some people have a progressive stance. Some people have a dystopian view.
Do you know that we're still in an ice age?
Interesting.
No, we are. We are. We're in the warming up stage of the ice age, right? So
I don't know what that does to civilization, though.
Just trust me, right? Just trust me, it's an example, right? So you're asking this question on society and you're thinking it's slowly unraveling based on the experiences and the information that you have without being able to see the grandeur of everything that came before and everything that could be, because all you've ever experienced is what you have experienced, right? It's easy to live in the world in the middle of the warming up stage of an ice age and assume that this is all it ever is and all it ever was, without realising that there's a natural progression and growth in place already. Forward moving motion consists of constant change, and yet you fail to see it. Maybe it's not society that's unravelling, maybe it's just natural progression. Here you go, Thrayle.
So, what does it mean for society to unravel?
I would say that in my experience, the feeling of unraveling in myself, which is when I was somewhere between preference and tolerance, finding a balance.
That answered absolutely nothing.
No, I didn't. Go ahead, Durban.
His response when I asked him that was something about reform, revolution, evolution, which made absolutely no sense and I didn't understand it. And you asked him and he gave a non-answer again. What is happening? Okay, let's try this one more time. What does it mean for society to be unraveling? Hello?
I'm thinking on it.
Okay.
Obviously,
no worries. Take the time to think.
Satisfactory.
Because so far you've answered something about evolution, revolution, and then you answered something about, well, your feelings. But what does society unraveling look like?
Let me put it this way: it's an individual identifiable as society. Because if I am society, I think it's perfectly logical to conclude that my experience is applicable.
I'm so confused.
So there's an ideal that I carry called human revolution, which is a pragmatic approach towards humanism using dialogue. And I think it's part of what attracted me to this life in the first place, and the capacity to question beliefs. I think that dialogue is the potential for both the unraveling and the resolving of society's developments.
Holy shit, it's like he's trying to not answer the question literally every time. Is that the effort? Is it intentional?
For instance, this dialogue has a dynamic.
Okay, hold on. Just wait.
It's like
Imagine
me dropping from the panel.
Noted the dynamic because he does this every time. He comes up to frustrate. It is troll-like behavior, and it is boring. It's absolutely boring.
I like
would much.
Ice Age.
What was it? The Ice Age. I just don't see how he described in any way what society unraveling means. What does that mean for a society to unravel? I suppose we would have to ask what society is.
I was hoping he could have explained it to me like I was a 5-year-old, to where it could just be
I believe he would still, I think if you asked him to explain it like you were 5, he would raise the complication level. He would make it harder to understand. I think that it was intentional. I feel like it is, and I could be wrong, but it certainly seems to be.
But that's just human revolution, Thrayle. What the fuck even is human revolution?
Human revolution. Is that what he said?
Yeah, revolution. Yeah, not evolution, revolution. What even is that human revolution?
I don't know.
okay. All right. Well, that was great.
Here you go, Durgan.
Wait.
Try this one out.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, PipePod. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
I do not.
And why not?
I believe that while evil exists, there is no possibility for a god to exist.
Evil exists, but so there's no possibility for a god to exist while evil exists.
Yes.
That's your... What if a god is responsible for evil and admits it?
Then he's not a god.
What if in every other way he claims to be one? Why would he not be a god if he created everything, including the evil, and admitted it?
If he admitted it, then he wouldn't be, omnibenevolent.
Omnibenevolent? Are you drunk? Omnibenevolent, is that what you meant?
Sorry, omnibenevolent, yeah.
Benevolent, with an N.
Omnibenevolent. Sorry, have you not heard of that?
Do you know the word benevolent?
That term?
Do you know the word? PipePod, don't get condescending when you're mispronouncing benevolent.
I'm saying omnibenevolent.
You're throwing an extra L in there and acting like you're saying something new.
Omnibenevolent. Okay,
PipePod,
all right.
do you know that word? Would you like to look it up?
What? What word? Benevolent?
Yeah.
I'm saying omnibenevolent.
Benevolent, with an N. Why are you
No,
using an L?
omni.
Holy fucking shit.
Okay, are you fucking serious?
Wait,
Do you not know that fucking word?
Jeez, stop! Please stop.
I'm not. He's not gonna. He's trolling. He's absolutely trolling.
If he's still in here, can you just put it in the comments of how it's spelled?
It's in the comments. Everyone's put it in the comments. It's been in the comments.
Yeah. No.
Look at that. It's in the comments. Benevolent. Benevolent. Thank you, PK Heaven, for putting it in the comments correctly. Benevolent.
Yeah, I know what the word is. It's just like he's saying something else, and I'm like, wait, is there a word that I don't know about here?
No.
Is that what's okay?
Omnibenevolent. But was it benevolent? Omni the elephant.
Male violent? Is that
Malevolent, but that's not what he said. Benevolent. Omnibenevolent. But like yeah. Exactly, Witty. You keep using that word. I don't think it means... Perhaps I could have let him just keep going, using the word. Isn't that better? Let him just continue on his... See there, he typed it correctly. He can type it correctly.
But that's not what you... But that's not what he said.
No, it's not what he said.
Okay, I think this might have been a case of the
overconfident can't question anything, including the pronunciation of a common word. including condescending attitude, because you can't question your own pronunciation.
Well, I mean, he has apologized. It's possible it could have been the whole inevitable from Team America World Police thing, but
Inevitable.
yeah, inevitable.
What's the inevitability of that?
That was just because it's not an easy word for. Anyways.
Yeah, Chris and the Sticks. I know it's no big deal that he mispronounced it. But the condescending attitude, that's where the big deal came in. The disrespect.
Is okay.
He's not in the requests. If he was, he could try again. But
so I guess let's maybe I'll try the idea he was putting forward.
Oh, you're gonna try to wear his belief? I think we'll just go with the next guess.
Well, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Probably
we got Trumpet joining us.
It's better for all of us.
Good morning.
Probably.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Trumpet. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure. I'm an old man. I'm 57.
So ancient, so old. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Yes, yeah, I do. I do. I subscribe to the God of Israel, Yahweh.
I see. And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, maybe about 45 times in my life.
45 times? That's
maybe. It could be more than that, honestly.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
So
it is.
multiple times a year then?
Yeah, well, every day for sure. And for the first 9 years, from 31 to 40, I did it for about 9 hours a day.
I see. And so you, 9 hours a day, just read the Bible. It's fascinating.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I took some breaks within those 9 hours, obviously, but I would focus on studying this Bible, trying to prove it wrong, trying to find any cracks that I could find in it, and I found a lot.
And yet you believe it.
I do believe that Yahweh is the Ancient of Days, that he was there from the beginning.
The Ancient of Days.
Yeah.
Do you believe that the stories within the Bible are true and literal?
No, not every one of them.
Are any of them?
Are any of them real?
Mm-hmm.
I would say in our minds they exist to be real, to those of us who believe.
Did any of them occur historically?
I would say yes, some of them did. Like anything that has to do with King David, King Saul, Moses.
You think Moses, all of those are true stories too?
I do believe it.
Fascinating. What about before that? What about the Genesis stories? Any of that
in Genesis from Abraham, I believe an Abraham story is real. I believe the Tower of Babel would be real. I even believe the angels coming down upon mankind, Genesis 6, and the Nephilim that existed.
So instead of working backwards, do you believe the creation, Adam and Eve?
That's much more complicated to answer, I think, and I don't even know with all my beliefs if I'm qualified to answer that question.
You don't know if you're qualified to answer your own beliefs about the first book of the Bible.
Well, when I say qualified, it's because I hold degrees in these matters, and even though holding degrees, I don't know if I'm still qualified to answer them. I think it's an ongoing evolutionary.
So you don't have a belief in what the meaning of Genesis 1 and 2 and 3 are?
Oh, I do. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz. In the beginning created God the heavens and the earth, but I would say it's in the beginning God created is what people consider the understanding. But I've been coming to the understanding that in the beginning created God.
What about when God began?
Well, that's what I'm alluding to by making the statement that I just did, that Bereshit is saying in the beginning created God.
Now you're saying the beginning created God, not God when God began to create.
Correct. So, God beginning to create doesn't happen in Genesis 1:3 when he says, Ve'omer Elohim or, let there be light. That's the first actual words of God, the creator.
Okay. So let there be light are the first words. The first creation is light. And he
Correct. He creates light from the darkness, from utter darkness.
You believe that is true? That is a
I do. I
true account.
I believe that, yes, there was darkness, and from darkness came light by the Creator's voice and words.
What comes after the light?
Oh, well, the history that we have today.
No, I'm talking about in the book.
Oh, well, then he starts to create things like, the sun and the moon and
that's like way later though, right?
Yeah. This could be millions.
Do you remember?
What?
Oh, it can be millions of years each day.
It could be billions of years, honestly.
Each day.
Each day. Yep.
So what's the second day
of his creation?
Mm-hmm.
When he sends the Spirit across the face of the waters.
He makes the light the first day. What does he make the second day?
I think 28 years reading the Bible all this time that I'd be able to just pop that answer out.
Right. Genesis 1.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I'm going to cheat. I want to open my Bible.
Yeah, no worries. That's fine. That's great.
He said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters and let it divide the waters from the waters.
So what is that? What is a firmament?
We're going to get into the earth now, right? And the understanding of what's above the earth. The firmament would be what's above the earth.
Is that what's above the earth?
Well, that's what the Bible's claiming.
It says separating the waters from the waters.
Right. There were waters on the earth.
Waters above.
And there were waters above the earth, right? Today we have clouds. The clouds are above the earth and they have water in it.
So where did the water come from?
Well, that was the question that God asked Job. Where do I store it? So I don't have that answer, just like Job didn't have it.
So there's no point at which God creates water. Water's just there.
I guess. I would have to accept that.
And God separates the water from the water above from water below. What are you saying the firmament actually is?
Well, these are hard questions for me. I'm being honest with you.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I hope that you give them thought, and I hope they inspire more questions.
Yeah. Well, I'm always looking to find the question beyond the question.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that I have it all together. Obviously, I don't.
If you keep looking in Genesis 1, God does say something about this firmament, what he calls it. What do you see there in yours?
Yeah, 1:8. You're going to point to 1:8 and it says, and God called the firmament heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So the evening and the morning were the second day.
So is that how the word? Do you speak Hebrew, or do you just have those parts?
No. I'm fluent in Hebrew.
So do you know? Like, are you reading an interlineary, or do you see the Hebrew there?
Yeah, Ve'ikra Elohim Larakaya Shemayim.
So what is he calling the firmament?
Shemayim.
So what is that?
Shemayim would be considered the heavens.
Is that like the heaven, the afterlife kind of heaven, or is that like the sky?
No, it's not.
Looking up.
No, that the heavens are the places even Paul spoke about in the New Testament, where he said men could elevate to, and it was a realm other than what is earthly. But heaven, in the sense of kingdom, is what's coming to earth.
So when he calls the firmament this word, what is he saying the firmament is?
A realm, a different realm. I would, if I had to put it in Avengers terms, like the Avengers.
So he's saying that the firmament separating water above from water below is a whole other realm. Is that
Yeah.
what your take on that Hebrew word is?
Shemayim would mean to me that there are multiple layers of this realm.
Layers.
That's why it's plural. In Hebrew, whenever we end a word in im, it means it's plural. Elohim, Shemayim, Yerushalayim. That means that there's more than one. We have one in heavens, one in the earth. He's establishing that there is a duality here. There's more than one, being that in heaven and that on earth.
So there's layers of heaven separating the water below from the water above.
Waters here would represent. Waters here, if you want to get into, I guess, a deeper understanding, waters here would represent the people. There are
I thought it
people
was.
above.
I thought you said it was water.
No. I'm saying if
you
you
said
want
it
to
was the earth earlier, and then you
there
started
are
talking about clouds.
To clarify, there are
So
four
it's not
levels.
water.
To clarify, there are four levels to understanding Torah: Pashat, Remez, Dresh, and Sod. So on the Pashat level, it would be the waters physically above and below.
The water's physically above and below. Then what is the firmament on that level?
Again, the firmament referring to the heavens would be,
what are the heavens
again, on multiple levels. It would be above and below.
On
And
that
then
level,
you have to, on the level of allegorical level, on the level of do you want the Sod level? Do you want the Kabbalah level? Do you want the Remez level? The Dresh level?
So
Which
you're
level
being
do you want?
defensive, and now you're starting to get upset.
no.
It's quite
No.
clear you're not actually interested in engaging any further.
Oh.
I'm willing to let Duragon ask a few questions, but I'm done engaging now.
Thank you very much.
I think I'm good.
Okay. Thanks, Trumpet.
You're
Too bad
welcome.
you couldn't question your beliefs. If you ever decide that you can without becoming defensive and agitated, then perhaps we can try again. But when you begin to raise your condescension level to 1,000, you can fuck off my panel. That was a respectful fuck off, by the way. Respectfully fuck off. Maybe next time we'll have a more cordial conversation where you try to flex less and actually question more. Thank you, Mika. Is it possible to demand someone respectfully fuck off? I mean, it's kind of what I just did, right?
It's when you say with all due respect.
With all due respect, fuck off. And politely and calmly.
And please come again.
Please, I did. I offered, I extended the invitation another time, perhaps. We'll have a better conversation. It's a very polite fuck off.
Thrayle, have you spoken to Godless Engineer on this app?
No, I've never spoken to him.
I spoke to him yesterday.
How did that go?
And it actually went pretty well. His perspective is a little bit more in line with mine than Jaren's.
Yeah, I've heard there's a bit of a difference there.
Yeah. But it was interesting to be able to see him kind of align a little bit more with me, because most mythicists really start going heavy on the deep end of like Paul not existing either.
Right. Well, some do. I would question it. I'd question the existence of any of the characters from the New Testament.
Yeah.
Including ones that we might have some, minuscule evidence for. Question that as well. Why not?
Yeah.
But, yeah, as long as it's honest questioning. And I wonder if there are some people who hold certain perspectives that, for some reason or another, close them off to those questions. Like being closed off to the potential that Paul is a character constructed by early church founders.
Yeah.
Or even a person who did exist and whose writings are, later forged, orchestrated some way.
I think both of those things can potentially be true.
It would raise a lot of questions about the stories provided.
And one of the interesting things to me about it is how there are conflicting stories between some of these writings. And through analysis, you're able to show that it's not just the message that's being told that is different, but also the writing style. Like, style is pretty interesting. It's pretty amazing. People do interesting shit with those things, man. It's...
I'm surprised the respectfully fuck off conversation is still persisting in the comments, but that's wise to question the respectfulness of a fuck off when you only witness part of it, or really any of it at all. It's definitely something to question. And good job question. Also, if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request out. No, Glamscum, you're pretty much spot on there. Respect can be withdrawn if you yourself stop being respectful or engage in ego brain displays instead of conversation. Yeah, no, that's absolutely.
I did kind of want to go back and maybe try to revisit this idea that Pod put, where because evil exists, therefore God does not exist.
Oh yeah, I would question that too. I think it, as I think you might have noticed the questioning I was leaning on was pointing towards, was it Isaiah 45:7? So
Yeah, obviously.
I was probably going to present that to him, but yeah.
We just couldn't get past
Beloved. I thought, like, at first when I addressed it, I was trying really hard to be like, don't nitpick at the pronunciation, but, offer a correction. And then after that, it just built an ego and swirled around and couldn't be wrong. That's the defensiveness that questioning beliefs usually displays. We see it. We saw it later with the professor. Yeah. As soon as you get a nerve and the ego feels a little bristled, it snowballs on itself. You get dropped. It's usually what happens.
Yeah, but I think, if you were to try to build some kind of an argument, the conclusion just doesn't follow there, where premise 1 is going to be evil exists, and then premise 2, God is going to be omnibenevolent, and the conclusion is God doesn't exist because, I don't know, that's not... I don't know, that didn't math for me.
Yeah.
And that's okay, maybe...
That's why we question the atheists that come up too. Because oftentimes their reason for not believing is, well, just as sound as a theist's reason to believe. Which is not very. Oftentimes. I don't know, Jargon. What would you say the soundest reason not to believe in a God would be?
The best reason that I could come up with in not believing in a God. I would say the lack of evidence of it's really hard for me to do this.
I know.
Because I have to be able to put some properties onto God to be able to do that.
Well,
and
then you'd have to put what properties you assume a God to have, which aren't very many.
And you're right. And you know where I come from. I hold to almost like no properties to God. So it's hard for me to... I think I would have to make presuppositions to be able to have an argument against God. But I think whenever a theist talks about these things, or tries to have a debate, they come preloaded with these presuppositions of the properties. and then the arguments can actually take place where you can say there's going to be contradictions within these stances, and I get that.
What would be the best reason to believe against, or to not believe in a God with minimal properties, such as your own? I will likely answer the inverse. I'm already thinking the same. Yep. No, I think I've got it. But I will wait for your answer.
Okay.
And while we do, thank you guys for the 130,000 times you've tapped the screen. Really appreciate all of you. And the 69 shares. Those are really amazing. They do really help us get out to the FYP. And while I might like that number, I'd love it if we kept doing it. So go down and hit that bent little arrow in the bottom right corner of your screen and copy that link a few times. Add it to your store here. Repost. All those help get us out to the FYP. And maybe even just pick a few friends off the list and send them an invitation. I think my answer would be fairly simple. As to what, the best reason to believe in a God of minimal properties. But I'm curious, do you have an answer as to what might be the best reason not to?
I think it would probably be just I don't know, man. I'm really leaning into I can't see anything other than really absence. But I'm still loading up with presuppositions.
Could your own reason for believing cause you a defense on this question? Because I know this is a position shifting question I ask them often, where it causes you to kind of put your mind in the mind of the unbeliever.
Yeah. So there's one thing that I want to be honest about that I do, and I don't know how or why, but I do notice it. And it's this, and I've talked about it but not really gotten into it. But this deconstruction and reconstruction of the faith. And it's this just chipping away at what we as a whole, as society hold to this idea of God, and how it's kind of I don't know how to put it into words. Just chipping away at this idea that we know and we figured it out, when in reality it's just how the fuck do we know this? Who the fuck told us? And where did we land at this being some kind of truth? So it kind of just starts like peeling back the layers, where ultimately like you're kind of left with something that is not even doesn't even really look anything like what we're talking about anymore. Maybe, does that make sense? Yeah.
Not quite.
Fuck.
I was trying to follow you there. And
No,
you ended
I know.
up to where
I
it
don't.
didn't quite look like what we were talking about.
Okay,
So, the question we're posing each other, well, I posed it to myself, of course, on your behalf, is what would be the best reason to not believe?
Not believe in God.
Mm-hmm. And mine
And
would be to believe in a God like the one you describe, at least. My answer, and it might sound, I don't know if it will sound rude, it might sound like a cop-out, and I have a backup if you don't like it, but my answer would be, the best reason is because you want to.
Okay. I was what I thought your answer was one of your answers going to be because of the utility behind it.
Well, I could have found, I probably could have found an answer as far as some utility behind it, but I think most of those answers could be found other places. So
yeah.
So then the real reason would be because you want this one. So again, because you want to.
So yeah, I think I gotta, man, I gotta do a little bit of dancing with myself.
So the position shifting questions, I ask them all the time. If you woke up tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe that a God exists, what would change for you? That sort of thing. It causes you for a moment to kind of bend your perspective and try to imagine a godless world, or in your case, a godless one, in which your mind now has to think for reasons for that to be the case.
So what would change in my life would just be the knowledge and nothing else. And the reason why I say this is because everything would just continue the way it had, because now I understand that this is how it was before.
Right.
I'm able to answer that with
because
confidence.
It's one of the easiest ones, but yeah.
Well, it's also like I'm able to answer that with confidence because I remember the path I went down with, like, understanding determinism. When I finally came to the terms and accepted it like as whole, I realized that because nothing is changing in my life, this was just always the case. So I think this is going to be.
So the same could be true of, like, as far as position shifting questions go. You could try something similar to that with determinism. That one I just use as a good framework for any of them.
Yeah.
So if you woke up tomorrow and found that, free will was a thing and determinism was not true, what would that change for you?
Oh, that would be fucking terrifying.
See how that put you in the mind, though.
Well, no, I'm just saying that because my idea of free will would be like me doing things without absolutely having no background information and not thought out. It's like the idea is genuinely random and it's terrifying. But no, I I get what you're saying.
We do have a request. Yeah, we'll keep pondering on the other one. Like, what would be the best reason not to believe in the God you do? Because that one's a little bit harder.
I do like that.
And when I say easy, like, it's still not easy to answer those questions. So
I do like that. That's definitely something I want to play around with.
hello, submissive lover. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a God or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. There's like a bunch of reasons why.
Can you think of the best reason? For you, the one that's most convincing to you.
Maybe like the complete lack of any empirical evidence.
Okay. What kind of empirical evidence do you think might compel you to believe that a God exists?
Some pretty fantastic evidence, I'd say. It was like a, what is that platitude? Fantastic claims require fantastic evidence.
Something like that. Something like that.
Yeah.
So some kind of fantastic evidence, something God-level evidence. Can you think of an example of something that might be God-level evidence?
I guess perhaps real, genuine. Maybe a bunch of people could witness, and that's like a testable, provable, consistently. Could be recreated, perhaps. Like, should I call on this God, this supernatural being, they could perform it again and again, to where maybe like it's not even a miracle anymore. It just like it falls back into what is normal. Then I'll say like, okay, so this is natural like everything else, I believe.
So if you were provided some extraordinary evidence for your for your satisfaction of a God, then would you worship a God simply for it existing?
No. I would definitely believe, like, okay, that this does exist, but then that would... Then you get into, like, the problem of evil and what that is, and, like, all this suffering and tragedy and pain, and how does this, like, harmonize? Like, how is this not a contradiction, or how can this contradiction exist that a omniscient, all-knowing, all-good, all-loving God could have these things? How does this work exactly? I grew up Jewish, so the God to me was quite sinister. I was never comfortable with it to begin with. Do you know the story of Elisha?
Yes, I do, and the 42 bears.
Yeah.
Sorry, 42 children and 2 bears.
Yeah, the 2 she-bears. It's
so,
very... sorry.
Yeah, very, very loving God, sure.
Yeah.
So, you can't believe in that God. You wouldn't worship it.
I would refuse to worship, yeah.
I see. Do you know what you would require, what would convince you or compel you to worship a God of any kind?
It would probably be like, I guess, unveiling a master plan, I suppose, to make me understand and
full revelation.
silence. Yeah, understand why these things, cease the conflict between his benevolence and the incredible cruelty all over the earth.
Mm-hmm. And if he gave whatever answer could satisfy, then that might provide you an avenue to worship it.
Yeah, if he could.
Okay.
I doubt he could, but
I'm curious about.
I'd be open to it.
I really only have one more question myself. I imagine
Yes, sir.
Duragon might have a few. But I am curious, what do you think the best reason to believe in a god is?
I don't know.
That's a fair answer. I appreciate you giving it some time and thought, though. I appreciate you answering my questions. Duragon or Hammy, do you have any questions?
I do have a couple if Hammy is...
I have a couple, but I'll let you go first, Duragon.
Thanks. You said that you don't believe in a god, but then you were also able to place these attributes and characteristics on God. Do you think that's it's kind of painting this picture for you to not to be able to hold to that idea?
What do you mean?
Like, and because you're able to assume those things, you say, therefore, this God can't exist. Is that accurate?
Well, I mean, so how would you regard, like, the assumption insofar as I didn't contribute these attributes to God. I was told, or like many major religions hold, that God has these properties and these qualities. Not that another God can exist, but the God that I'm kind of dealing with and like kind of most people follow and believe in has these omnipotence and omniscience and holy goodness and everything. So that's why I'm sure I could give different answers in regards to like a different God, like a pantheist God, or whatever.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Which is like I wanted to initially, when I was commenting, I was curious.
God?
No, that's what I wanted to ask the panel what they thought about a pantheist God.
We'll question it all the same.
I guess the other question I wanted to ask you was, you would have, I think you asked for you to hold some kind of a belief that a God exists and for it. Like down to pretty much like hard empirics.
Yeah, yes.
Do you do that with everything? Do you hold everything to empirics?
Sure. Yeah. Well, the things that like I believe with certainty, yeah.
Can we try a little thought experiment?
Sure.
Okay. I know we haven't known each other for very long, but do you believe me with the things that I've talked about on here?
I don't know. I haven't really heard you talk about much.
Sure. So I'm really into cars. Yeah, I like old like vintage Mercedes.
Okay.
And I have this really really rare Mercedes. It's probably worth over $500,000, and they only made 85 of these in the whole world. And I happen to have one of those. But I can't show you the car. Do you have reasons to believe that I have this car?
Very few.
Why is that?
Well, because it's very possible to own a car. I was going to say guitar.
Mhm.
It's very possible to own a car. So that's already within the realm of like, this could be for sure. Cars exist. This guy exists. This guy could get cars. And this guy could have gotten a really rare car. So I could grant all those things. And I feel comfortable granting them. Because there's more than enough that I have a car. And
right.
Yeah, so I can now. Do you actually? I don't know, but so there's a little bit of yeah, I could grant a little bit for sure.
What would it take for you to be able to have a very high level of certainty that I own this vehicle without you actually seeing, you know, the car?
Probably like like registration for the car. All the paperwork would have to check out, and yeah, that'd be good.
Well, I have the registration for the car. I have the pink slip. I even have the key to the car.
Let me see it.
You want to see the key to the car?
Yeah. Show me that key.
Oh, here, I'll show you the key to the car. How do we do this thing? There we go. Here's the key to the car.
That's hot.
Yeah, it's right there. So I do have the key. I have the registration. I even have like, you know, I have like books and, you know, like the manual for the car. I have all of these things. But I just can't show you the car. And you know, my name's on the registration, my name's on the insurance, my name's on the pink slip.
Okay, I grant you have a key.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, all those things I can't be certain of. Until I see him.
Oh, like the paperwork and stuff?
Yeah, for like the really expensive, rare $85 million car.
Well, not 85 million. It's more like
So how much
$1
did
million
you say?
car. They only made.
Well, how much was it?
It's probably north of like $500,000. But
Okay,
they only made 85 of them.
85,
There's
right?
only-
Okay, that's why I had 85 in my head. Okay.
Yeah. But you know what? Like that's not the only car I have. I have like 7 other Mercedes also.
Yeah. So, I see. I'll let you continue.
So now, I guess where I'm trying to get to is, after a certain point, without you even seeing the car, yeah, or without you seeing any of my cars, I could show you, you know, like I could show you like all kinds of paperwork and whatnot up in here. How do I do this without?
You don't need to
there's
continue showing the paperwork.
Right. Yeah.
You're belaboring
You get the
point
gist of
at
it.
this point, Duracon, because I'm kind of
Right.
with the guest here. Cars exist.
Yeah, cars exist.
It was, yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
So, right now, if I were to ask you, like, do you believe me that I own this car or not? Would you say yes or would you say no? Or would you just say, I just don't have enough information to be convinced?
Yeah, this specific, like, really expensive, rare car, not likely.
Okay. So the information that I have presented to you is not convincing to you.
Yeah, like, it's a pretty, like, that's a pretty fantastic claim. It would require, like, a lot of wealth, and yeah, so then I'd think I'd need a lot more evidence than a key fob, you know?
Okay, what else would you need?
Well, like I said, all of the paperwork, actually seeing the car, and
well, okay,
you know.
so
assuming
so let's say
assuming he showed you the paperwork, yeah,
right.
assuming he showed you, would you then believe?
Yeah, proof of transaction, everything.
That
yeah.
would then show you that he had the car.
He
then
had.
You would go
yeah.
to believing he has the car because you saw the paperwork with that model and his name, and could see an authorized seal and.
But we're not showing you the car though. We're not showing you the car though.
You're not showing me that you actually have possession of the car?
Yeah, he's not showing you
right.
that a car that is known to exist is in his
Like, it's not going to show me, like, next to the car
but
in
he'll
real
show
time?
you everything else.
Everything else.
I'll show you everything else. I'll show you, like, all the paperwork and the key fob. But I won't show you the car.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't 100% say that you are in current possession of the car, but I would grant you've clearly owned this car before.
Would seem to be the case.
So the evidence has been presented in a way where this is sufficient enough for you to be able to be convinced that I own this vehicle.
No, that you had owned the vehicle. Of this, I'm certain. If you currently own the vehicle, no.
I don't think I understand. Like, what do you mean?
He's saying that the evidence presented is enough to determine that you at some point in time have had ownership enough to acquire the paperwork and the key.
Right.
But that at present he doesn't see the evidence that you currently own the car or have
Is it,
in your possession.
it's because I don't have possession of the car at the moment? Or because I can't show you the car?
What was it? What'd you say?
Because I can't show you the car, therefore I don't have possession of the car.
Yes.
Okay.
Or because you were, like, refusing to show me the car for some reason. Yeah. So it heightens my skepticism.
Right.
Or the fact that you cannot ever produce this car for me. You owning the car.
It's not that I can't. It's just that I want to see, without you actually seeing the physical car itself, how much evidence you would need to be convinced that this is actually mine and I have it. It's in my possession.
Yeah, well, that's it. That would be the one pesky bit that, like, would push me over, is you having that car in your garage ready to go. And I guess that's what God never can do, never has done, what no rabbi's ever shown me or anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Okay.
Thank you for the question, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate you answering the questions. Did you have any more follow-ups on that, Durgon?
No, I think I'm okay right now.
Hemi, if you had a question for the guest, this would be a great time to get that out there before we move on to a new guest.
Question I have would be, what would it take for you to worship a god?
What would it take? I guess like I said, he'd have to like resolve, he or she or they or whatever would have to like resolve like the problem of evil, I guess, I suppose, would be the big thing. I'd have to really understand why, make peace with kind of a benevolent God allowing so much suffering and pain and stuff in the world, and how this contradiction can exist. Because I guess I kind of follow the law of non-contradiction. There can't really be a squared circle. There can't be an all-loving, benevolent God that allows, parasites that specifically devour the eyeballs of children. That's their entire life cycle. Why? And I would need like a sit down with a all-powerful being to really just break that down to me, and maybe, I don't know why it is ultimately good, if it can even be ultimately good. Is it worth it? Is it still worth it? Like I would need that. I'd need that to be like resolved. And then I would be able to grant like that may be good enough for me. That may like align morally with like my values, if he could present a compelling enough case.
That answer your question, Hammy?
That answered it.
All right. Well, submissive lover, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions there.
Thank you so much for having me up. I appreciate it so much. You guys are really nice.
Mm-hmm. And I hope you consider that one I don't know and keep questioning that.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, sir. You got it.
Appreciate you.
You want to boot me, or you want?
Already got him. And big W's in the chat for submissive lover. It does seem like he can question his lack of belief, although he does want a lot of evidence, and I can appreciate that.
You also caught him mid-sentence.
I did do that. And if anybody else has a belief in a god or God's higher powers or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here looking for a debate or an argument. We really are just here to see if questioning your beliefs is even a thing that you can do. Let's see, we've got one in queue. Hello. Well, he's not quite loaded in. There we go.
Yeah.
Hello, Dan. Did you mean to request up?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to request.
Yep.
You can drop me down. I'm friendly.
Yep, appreciate you. W's for Dan.
How's it going?
I had a feeling that was an accidental request. How's it going, Hammy? I'm doing pretty good. Getting through another night here.
It's another day in paradise as always.
Yeah. We've had some...
Wait, you're in Malibu?
Why is Malibu paradise?
Well, it's just because that's what I always say when I'm at work, and it's, another day in paradise.
Maybe it's almost as if I'm at work at myself.
Fair.
Just
Sorry,
so
Thrayle, I cut you off a mid-sentence.
Oh, that's alright. I was asking you about why Malibu was paradise, and I forgot what I asked before that, because, brain hijacked. But if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher powers or anything like that, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're just here to see if questioning's a thing you can do.
I've been listening in almost the entire life. And I'm not gonna lie, I pretty much zoned out on everybody.
You zoned out. You've been listening the whole live, and you zoned out. Crows was up here for a while.
I did hear crows.
She accused me of burgling right on the spot.
Yeah. Burgling all those gods into the shed.
With firmament this time.
Ken, if you sit down a sack and you just kind of like not pay attention to the sack, they hop in there. Is it truly burgling at that point?
I don't think it is.
I think it's just that they wanted to come.
Does that mean they're going with me, or that they're just trying to get to the shed?
That's the more interesting question.
If I leave the shed, do the gods go too, or do they stay?
Are you carrying the sack? Maybe they just like being in sacks.
That's a good point. They could jump in another sack. I don't know if I'd notice. If the shed were destroyed, would the gods remain in the place? Or would they disperse?
Transfer sheds? They just go to the near shed?
They might. I hadn't thought about that.
I wonder if they would go to like another questioner shed, or if it's just whatever near shed there is.
Are they attached to the questioner or the shed? It's a good point. Are they even attached? What is there to be attached?
Are the gods detachable?
Like you can sorry, what was that, Durga?
No, you go ahead. I'll ask after.
It's probably a much better question than us pontificating on the gods in the shed.
Did anyone else's mind go to that song when he said detachable?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what song?
Primus. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. And if you're Googling those words right now, you probably shouldn't. I mean, it's better that way. Maybe I shouldn't have said which band.
Detachable. I think of like Legos.
I love it. Thank you. Yes, let's stay with that.
I have no clue what the hell y'all were talking about. So.
We'll know when Hammy Googles it, because,
Oh yeah, no. Every time y'all give me something to Google, I go on mute, and then I come back off from mute and say, "What the hell was that?"
It's basically what it would be, something like that. Probably worse.
Thrayle sent it to me before, and then whenever I came back, he just laughed. And it was like one of those deep belly laughs, like this, when something's really funny. Because my mind was bobbled.
We're up to 144,000 likes. That's really fucking awesome.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we've probably slowed down a little bit, but I bet we could speed it up. Probably get to 150 in no time, really, if we just tapped a little faster, tapped a few more of us tapped. If we all did that thing and tapped. And then maybe somebody with a, curiosity or the courage. I was about to say courageosity. No, curiosity, the courage to question their beliefs. Maybe they'll request up. Maybe they'll find their way to questioning some assumption of, reality or existence. Or maybe not.
Your really good tappers has gone to bed.
Some of the really good tappers have gone to bed. That's okay, though. We appreciate all of the sleepers, too. I'm curious, Duragon. When you do the car question, what is your hope?
I'm here hoping to get a gauge on what the level of evidence that people need to be able to say, okay, I could, and I want to know if they're consistent with the range that they put certain things on. Because I think that there are certain things that people are just, they ask for evidence, but the truth is, I don't know if they would be able to move past certain ideas. And maybe I'm not expressing that as great as I would like to. But I think some people are just in this place where there isn't going to be enough evidence for them to come to this point where they could say, okay, at this point it's convincing enough for me to believe something. This isn't the case with every single person, I don't think. I've seen people change ideas. I've seen people I don't know, like I've seen different things, and I just usually try to get a gauge on that.
I think you get a little lost in the weeds sometimes when you're describing everything.
Yeah. And, sometimes I also lose my train of thought when I'm kind of going down this path of conversation.
Yeah. It tends to happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Not a lot. It happens to me a lot, too.
I wonder if there's a way of, I guess there really isn't a way to perform the line of inquiry with something actually analogous to God, or at least on its level of existence. If you could do it with something perhaps like a ghost or something, but then you'd have to, at the end, be able to verify the existence of the thing. And so I don't see how you can actually complete that line of inquiry
Right.
to a full doubt. Though I can see how you might achieve an I don't know along the path, and that
Yeah.
might be
I think
encouraging.
I think that line of questioning it works really, really well with just trying to gauge like empiricism in general and not specifically about a god.
That's true.
Right.
That's true. I think
I thought about
previous guest
using.
did well.
I thought about using my finger as the example for, like, cutting it on the table saw, but then again, there's plenty of idiots out there who have. Oh, jeez. There are plenty of people like me who've cut their fingers on the table saw before, so.
But in all
Can't
seriousness, do you have that particular car that you bring up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's,
I had a feeling you
That's why
evolved.
he uses the example. Yeah.
Right, because at the end of the day, like, if someone tells me, like, yeah, all of that evidence is not good enough for me, I would have to physically see the car. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I have the car, but I'm not going to show it to you. But, I've presented you as much evidence as I possibly can to where I don't know what else I could possibly show you other than the car.
Yeah. And that's where we ended with the previous guest, where you can, from the evidence provided, conclude that you, at least at one point, have owned the car and could have been in possession of it. But
yeah, but then I wouldn't have the pink slip anymore.
Right. But you can't conclude that you are currently in possession of it. Like, it could be towed, stolen. You could have left it somewhere. It could be in the shop. There are many different scenarios in which you are not in possession of the car. So if that's the conclusion to be drawn, then it does seem to lack at least some crucial evidence.
Right.
If there's anybody who were to tell me that somebody owns a $500,000, it's $500,000, right?
Yeah, plus minus. There was one that sold at auction like 5 months ago for like 610,000. But it was
So
really
roughly
nice
half.
and clean. Yeah, that's why I said roughly like half.
If someone told me that there's somebody out there that owns roughly $500,000 Mercedes, I'd probably, like, it would not, like, yeah, dirt on this who would own that, because I know how much you like Mercedes. It's a great one for judging people's consistency with empiricism.
Yeah, I think that one's a little bit harder, like, for people to be able to, like, say with as great certainty as, like, if I were to say, like, oh, I have a Tiffany lamp. Or anything else, I don't know. That's funny.
Also has some oceanfront property in Arizona.
Right. Yeah. There's an interesting contrast at play. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We are here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? AI summary says, debating the level of evidence needed to change beliefs. Share your thoughts. I don't think that was at all the topic. Debating the level of evidence. And was it to change belief or to... Maybe. It wasn't a bad thought, Stebit. There's other ways to present that, but it's understandable that the critique could be levied. However, what Kat says is also true, and I think it's important to note that, no one's circumstance is anyone else's fault, but there are perhaps some ways to question if that example is the best way to determine the level of evidence one person might require. Are there other examples or scenarios or questions that might lead to a better way of determining the amount of evidence someone will accept a claim on?
I'm sure there are, but I use that because the idea behind something like this is how extraordinary is the claim.
Does it have to be an example that you can provide proof of in the end, especially when you never really do?
Right.
if, for example, someone were to use some might use an invisible pink unicorn, for instance, but you might say then, well, we don't have evidence of those, so we could try something else that actually exists.
Right.
But does it have to be an example that is a personal item that you own, or is there other scopes or avenues that could make the point and perhaps even lead it to a firmer route of questioning?
Like what?
Some rare or antique or historical artifact, something that perhaps may be worth something, but the value isn't the point. The rarity, the obscurity of it.
Yeah.
Or is an example of personal wealth important to you?
No, I don't care. I mean, I didn't pay that much for the car. I got it at a hell of a deal. And it was
understandable.
Yeah.
As people do with classic cars, often.
Yeah. I put a lot of time and effort into bringing it back to life.
It makes sense why it might be something that you go to, something you care about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a point. I would wonder if the obscurity could be more the point than the value.
Yeah. After, seeing this the way it is, I think maybe the focus could just be on the rarity of it.
That might help. Yeah, that might help with the line of questioning if it focuses more on that. But I also wonder why it does need to be something of personal importance to make the point, I guess, easier to validate for you as a demonstration.
Yeah, I think it's easier to talk about something that I could actually, ultimately, like, if I needed to, like, I could show the car, like, I could just get up and go down to the garage and turn my camera on and, say, hey, there's the 4,400 pound piece of metal.
Right. That you can do that. But isn't the point to see at what point they accept the claim without the final piece? So it almost could work just as well with something like invisible pink unicorns or something like that.
Yeah, but there's pictures of the cars on the Discord.
Right. I understand. No, I get that the car exists, and you're proud of it. It is quite clearly a point of pride. I just wonder if the example is served best this way. But still, I appreciate the line of questioning and the way it does highlight all the shortcomings in evidence-based acceptance. Well, I mean, when someone is short in what evidence they require.
How many forms of ID would you need to be able to authenticate someone as the person that they say they are?
I'm not certain that forms of ID will necessarily authenticate that. Not to like 100% satisfaction, but to some satisfaction. It depends on what I'm authenticating it for, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If I'm at a convenience store, I generally would only need one.
Yeah.
But if I'm
at the airport,
if I'm at the airport, I might need more.
right?
If I'm at a power company, I'm definitely going to need more than one. Maybe at least proof of residency as well. So, at different levels, different reasons.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, what's the claim? So then the evidence might need to be, increased. Kat, we're apparently talking about levels of evidence required to accept claims. I think.
Yeah.
But we are close to it. What the fuck are we talking about? I haven't used the new screen yet.
I could keep going.
I don't know if it's in the list. Yeah, it is.
Cars, 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 cars. Oh no!
There you
Do you like how I did that dirt gun?
Yeah, that was perfect. It's amazing.
I love how even though what the fuck screen has not a debate on there.
Yes, it's still not a fucking debate. I should say not a fucking debate, right? What the fuck? Not a fucking debate. Maybe.
Oh, Thrayle, I don't know if you got this, but I did ask last time, and I did ask earlier last night when you started the live. Is there any possible way that maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one of these days, the poem can be a limerick?
A limerick. I've done like all the qualities of a limerick. Don't they usually have maybe. What's your favorite limerick?
I don't necessarily have one, but I was thinking with the bat thing, I think I could probably come up with something a little bit clever, but I would like to see what just happens. naturally.
On Thrayle, if you want, you can save those particular poems for next week.
Oh, yeah. That might be a great idea. Thank you, Amy.
You're welcome.
Hmm. Yup.
Hello, Fated. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yep, 27.
And do you have a
Been here
belief in
before?
God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh, yes, I have. Dang, bro. You don't remember me?
Fated, I talk to hundreds of people a week.
Oh, because we talked like 7 times already.
7 times.
You'll remember me once we get into the conversation, I feel like. There's no way you don't remember.
The echo is already memorable. So
Nice. Yeah, no, I don't. I have a sick ass mic, but I'm way too lazy to turn that on.
I see. So we get the echo.
Right. Can you hear it? Look, let me test. Let me do an audio check.
Yeah, just hear echo.
Echo.
Yeah, this is the best way to deal with that. Maybe this is why I don't remember him. Yep, forgot him already. Who?
Thrayle, do you think that people who don't believe in a god, they don't believe because of utility?
Not necessarily. I don't. You asked me this earlier when I was about to answer the what would I say is the best reason to believe. You said that you thought I might answer about utility.
Yeah, but I think okay. So
So you seem. Do you think that the best reason to believe in a god is based on utility?
I don't know. I don't know. I know that there's utility in the belief that I have, and if I lost it, I that doesn't mean I lose the utility that I've had for it. I still think that me being down the path that I've been, just I get to continue with everything that I've learned and known.
Cat has her hand up.
I like that you're still thinking about this. When Durgon asked us what beliefs are made of, I said utility and emotion, and conviction, or something like that. I think that lack of a belief in a god is probably in part due to lack of utility in that belief. Not necessarily that there is a utility in not believing in a god, but that there is no utility, that the person, myself, for example, myself, sees no utility in the belief, so it doesn't hold it.
That's interesting.
If you found utility, would you believe?
Yeah, I mean, probably, yeah. I'd probably have some form of, like, belief type thing, yeah.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, this is an important question, but it has nothing to do with the topic.
Go ahead.
Kat, what did you do to our cookies?
Oh, I'm just, like, sitting inside a place right now, not outside.
I don't know. I don't know how much I like that.
Lack of utility.
I can see that as a reason not to believe. Absolutely. I don't know if it's the best reason not to believe, but I'm not here to critique or judge or categorize which reasons are best.
I think the best reason to believe or to not believe is like whatever reason you have, probably.
My answer was because you want to.
Do you choose your beliefs? Are they beliefs you want?
Whether you choose or not. The best reason to believe in something is because, well, is it the best reason? Was that what we were asking? Was it best?
Yeah, it was. What's going to be your best reason for believing, or what's going to be your best reason for not believing?
And I said because you want to.
Yeah.
I think it goes to utility or lack thereof for me. Whether that be whether that be practical or emotional or whatever.
Utility.
Yeah, why am I going to believe something if it's not useful to me?
Do you choose your beliefs?
I don't know.
Can you choose the usefulness?
No, I can't choose the usefulness. It either is or it isn't.
Can you make something useful as something? As a coping mechanism? Some people as a security blanket, as a
sure.
As a point of nostalgia, a way of holding on to the past.
Yes, I get it. Sure.
So they can apply utility. Do you think we choose how to do
Yeah,
that?
I can manufacture utility just like I can manufacture meaning. Do I choose to do that? Not consciously, probably. Not usually. Something I do to convince myself to believe something into a place that makes me more comfortable. I can recognize it. It's okay. It's not mean it's a bad reason or wrong.
I don't think anyone said that.
No, I don't. I wasn't trying to like act like you guys did. I just
yeah.
I don't think that just because I can recognize that I do that, I'm not ashamed of doing that. I don't think it's a bad way to be. I think it's just a human way to be. What did that guy call me once? A deterministic robot? I'm not. You remember that? I'm not that. Not a robot. I can't just, we're humans. Complex feelings.
It just makes me think of Grandma's Boy.
A lot of things make you think of Grandma's Boy.
That's the first time I ever said that.
I feel like you've said that before, more than once.
You've definitely said that before.
I don't think I have. But it's possible I have.
Questions, but I don't know who to question right now. Maybe I should question you. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that? Go ahead and request up if you do. We're just here to see what is it that you believe. Why do you believe it?
Can I just say I really love when we do like roundtable questionings like this, where everybody gets questions rolled at them.
Yeah, I do too.
Durgan,
Yo.
you have been here a lot lately, and it has been lovely. What are you questioning?
What do you mean? Within myself, or just...
It is my perception, and I might be wrong, that you come here more when you have something that you're questioning or wrestling or struggling with in yourself, especially belief-related things, right? And you have been here more than I've ever seen you here, actually, more consistently than I've ever seen you here in the past year. And so I'm wondering, or you don't have to, and you don't have to say if you don't want to, but I want to know what you're questioning. I haven't really figured out what's going on. And again, lovely to have you here all the time. Very much do enjoy it.
I think I'm trying to figure out a lot of stuff, like just in general in my life. What I'm doing, where I'm going.
It came to the right place because the rest of us have been doing that to you a lot here recently.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Shut up. That's fair, though. There are a few of us that are here a lot that have been doing that too, so you're not by yourself.
I think I'm also trying to maybe get better at asking some questions to other people and ultimately, like, maybe to myself.
I see the effort, and you're doing a good job. And also, if you ever have questions about how to ask good questions, or can't figure out the way to ask a question you want to ask, you know how to get a hold of me. I will always help.
Thank you.
I mean that. Anytime.
Yeah, Mateo, don't let the music and the somber voices fool you. We are here, as we always are, questioning beliefs. We just don't have any believers except, you know. Well, Duragon's here, and we're not really digging into his God at the moment. But maybe we should.
You can if you want to, but I feel like we've been down that path plenty. And I mean, if you guys have questions, yeah, that's fine. If you want to get me to question some of it, I've been doing that long enough. We could do it some more.
What do you need to question?
I don't think I need to question anything. I think I just need more information so I could just, you know.
You don't think you need to question anything?
Well, I mean, I'm questioning it right now, but it's... I guess maybe a better way to say it would be like, I don't think anyone's gonna question me on something that I haven't been questioning myself on, and maybe I just haven't found an answer. But I don't know, I've been... Huh?
Is it always about finding an answer? Could there be something more valuable that comes from asking questions than finding answers?
Yeah, I think it's... Look, I think the journey is more important than the destination. I agree, you know? And I'm tired, you know, I've been on the journey for a long time. But we just keep going.
We do indeed just keep going. I think maybe more valuable than answers is better questions.
So you got like a pretty much a gist of like what I think and what I believe and kind of what I know.
Mm-hmm.
In all of this that I'm questioning myself on, do you have a question that you want to ask me that will help me question some more? Because
I am certain that I do, but let me think about it for a second. Okay. I kind of generally have a handful for you in my back pocket. Let me... Yeah. On the topic of forgiveness, I know it's important, and your belief, extremely important, right? Is there anywhere else that the forgiveness could come from?
What do you mean?
Like the idea of forgiveness from God eventually, right? Is a big part of your belief and important to you.
I don't know. I don't know. Like that's...
Is that changing?
Well, I don't think... How do I say this? Forgiveness is a really tough one for me. Yeah, that's true.
Right, because you can't forgive yourself.
Yeah, I can't. I really struggle with that one. I don't know if that has anything to do with God.
Are you no longer expecting forgiveness from God?
I was never expecting forgiveness from God. Like
You're hoping.
Even if... I don't even know if I was ever hoping.
We got into it once, and it really stuck with me. That's why I bring it back up.
I think it's I think it's one of those things that other people get. Other people get the grace, and I don't. And you know, maybe this is just my self-sabotage or because I don't deserve it. Everyone else can. It's fucking hell, dude.
Everyone else. There are way worse people in the world than you.
Yeah, Kat, but I don't hold everyone to the same standard that I hold myself. And, this isn't like
No, I get
me
that.
being, it's not me being greater than anyone or anything like that. It's just,
You hold yourself to,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you okay?
Are you safe?
She asked if you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
It's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to reach out when you're not.
Yeah,
That's all I got.
Also, I don't have the time or the energy to not be okay. There's too much on the line. How's the thumb? The thumb is 100%. It's like maybe like 70% of the old 100%, but it's also 15 degrees to the right, which is kind of funny. Lucky for me, I have two shoulders. Oh. Yeah. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
You're a special person, and I would love to give you a hug.
I'll take that. I'll take that hug. Thank you. So if anyone has a belief in a god or gods or anything of that nature, question their beliefs, please feel free to request on up. We would like to talk to you.
We might have some questions for you.
Yeah.
Please request that, because I don't want questions to turn on to me.
Hammy, why are you wrong?
What day is it?
For me, it's still Thursday.
Then it's because it's Thursday.
But for you, it's Friday.
Well, it's because it's
for
Friday.
reminding me.
It's Friday for me too. Kat, you gotta stop living in the past.
Dude, on New Year's Eve, it was wild. Like, I was still stuck in 2025, and, like, everybody else had been in 2026 for, like, 2 hours. Like, the last one.
Yeah.
And then so many people were setting off fireworks, and it was so loud, I got so anxious that I took an anti-anxiety medication and, like, fell asleep before midnight. one panel.
Dude, I'm not even gonna lie, that sounds so awesome. Like, I'd love to be able to do that. You know, I remember, like, before I got married and before I had kids, especially before I had kids, like, I used to be able to, like, you know, go out and do things. Like, come home, like, late, you know, like, around after midnight and all that. But it's like, when you have kids, it's like, dude, 9 o'clock, that's already, like, that's past my bedtime.
I'm not married and don't have kids, and I still don't do that.
Dude, like, that is the way to, like, live. It's awesome. I'm not saying I miss those things, it's just, like, it's just funny how things do change.
Hey, Kat.
Yes, Hammy.
I guarantee I'm going to be wrong tomorrow, too.
You're always wrong.
Indeed.
And I'm always right. And that means, we learned earlier, that means that I'm God.
It raises a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm.
Not learned that earlier, Thrayle?
Well, so as God, what responsibility do you bear for
None. I'm God. I'm always right.
Well, doesn't that mean you're responsible for that? If you're right, then, you know.
I don't know. You dropped that guy before we got all the details, so I don't know what they are.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so there's something you're incorrect about because of the fact that you don't know. But you should.
I don't know is not equal to
God.
I'm wrong.
Very, very specific scenario it is.
She's got a point, though. I don't know is not equal to I am wrong.
I never claimed to be some omni-property God. I just said I'm God.
Can you define God?
A figure that appears to you and tells you that they know everything and they're always right.
Oh shit, yeah, no, that actually, that tracks.
Right. So I'm God.
And free will exists.
Like, if that's
I don't
your
know about that.
definition, yeah, no. If that's your definition of God, though, I mean, then anybody can appear to you and say, I am always right.
I'm just working off what that one guy said earlier.
So if I am always right, and I've said it.
Yeah, but you're not always right, and we know that.
How?
You know why you're not always right.
Isn't it always right to question?
It is always right to question.
No, that's questionable.
I don't know. It's always right to question.
Who is always wrong and knows nothing?
I don't know.
Who is always wrong and knows nothing?
Right. It's like a whole group of people.
Well, I mean, I think I've heard you say it's men.
Right.
Yeah.
Wrong, though, because you're a man.
Wrong. But if I said it, then I was right. And that means then I'm either not a man or then that is not an accurate statement.
Two things can be true at the same time.
Two things can be true does not make a contradiction not contradict.
Look, I'm God, so whatever I say goes.
So logic doesn't apply.
Right.
So you're an illogical.
Is illogical.
I think that God is illogical. Come on.
Congratulations, Kat. You just turned me into an atheist.
Perfect. Look, W Cat.
He just doesn't believe you exist now.
Yeah, like, dude, can I drop her from the panel?
Why?
Why are
Why
you
would you
wrong right
drop
now?
God without questioning?
No, because
Don't threaten to drop God off the panel.
I think God.
Cat, why are you wrong right now?
Come back, Durgon.
Sandwich. Sandwich is why. That's why she's wrong.
I'm not wrong.
But sandwich.
What about him? What about sandwiches?
If you define something to be a thing, then you can make everything that thing.
Right, yeah.
I am right. Therefore, I am now God.
I only did that because I knew you'd laugh about it. I was talking to both you and Durgon.
Sandwiches are better with sprouts. I mean, it's going to depend on the sprouts, Mira. But
And the sandwich.
yeah, really.
Sprout is also a sandwich.
Peanut butter jelly sandwich with sprouts does not sound great.
But sprouts themselves are sandwiches, so.
You're a sprout.
This is actually probably accurate.
That he's a sprout?
I don't know. It's more accurate than.
You're a sprout.
Maybe.
What is a sprout?
They're like little baby vegetables that don't ever get to grow to full vegetables. They get plucked and put on sandwiches.
It's But Hammy's a hammy. How can he be a sprout?
Things can be true. He's so over me right now.
If you believe that you can question your belief, go ahead and request that. That might be. Why don't we have a
Ask me
believer?
some-
I just really need a better segue or a believer to question. Otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you questions.
Ask me some questions. I'll be serious.
Mika asks, what is the meaning of life?
Life has no meaning. I'm a nihilist.
What meaning would you apply?
42.
If I had to pick one, it would be to it'd be altruism probably, or the pursuit of altruism.
So a life absent the pursuit of altruism has no meaning then?
No, not what I said.
Okay, fair.
You said if I had to pick a meaning to life. which I don't think has a meaning, what would I pick?
And so you would pick altruism. Why?
The pursuit of, I don't know if like true altruism is, or how often it is achieved, right? But like to be in pursuit of achieving that.
Why would you choose the pursuit?
Well, because I think pursuing, like achieving true altruism, like on the regular, is kind of a fool's errand, right? Like I think that I want to choose something attainable to be the meaning of life.
Do you think that would be fulfilling?
I mean, it is pretty fulfilling. I am in pursuit of altruism every day.
Really?
Occasionally, I even achieve it.
Interesting.
It is super fulfilling. Yeah, no, all I've ever wanted to do with my life is make a difference in somebody else's.
Is every difference made altruism?
No, that's why I said in pursuit of. No, sometimes you make a difference in somebody's life and you benefit from it. More times than not, there's some benefit to you. It's very, very difficult to find acts of kindness that don't also benefit the self. But occasionally one comes along and I try to take those opportunities when I can. I think that doing kindnesses for others, whether or not it has a benefit to the self, is incredibly meaningful. And I think that finding the ones that don't benefit you and taking those opportunities to do the thing anyway is the most meaningful. Which it could be argued that that makes it not altruistic, right? But that's splitting hairs.
I might split more hairs on that in a moment. GQ, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay, we're back to splitting hairs. So, if altruism is the goal, or the pursuit of altruism is the goal, then doesn't every fulfillment towards that goal benefit the self, and therefore negate the altruism?
It's not the goal, it's the meaning.
The meaning.
The goal is whatever you want it to be. You asked me about a meaning.
Meaning. Does it negate the meaning?
No. No, so like, what are we taking meaning to be? Right, so meaning to me is something that is, it just, I did not decide that this felt meaningful to me, it just does. I decide on the goal. the goal can be completely separate from what feels meaningful.
So then you decide the meaning. And you don't even make the meaning the goal. The goal is not to achieve this meaning or fulfill this meaning.
Well, yeah, because I don't think that... Okay, let's put it... We'll make it a hypothetical now, apparently. If hypothetically this is the meaning, then I suppose you would make it the goal, maybe? I'm having a hard time engaging this.
That's okay. You might give a reprieve. Oh, it's Blake. Maybe not. Hello, Blake.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Looney, is it possible to ask a quick question without a cross-examination? Just a quick question. It's a strange question. You know, the questioners can always come up and question me. If you just had a quick question. I'm not sure what you mean. Cross-examination. But, I mean, I respond honestly and will question if I have clarifying questions. But okay. Hello, Looney Bats. Good morning.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, everybody. Hope the coffee's holding up.
Yeah, it's still, well, there's still a little bit left.
Yeah. Oh, and by that, I didn't mean you couldn't ask clarifying questions. I'm not trying to get too deep. Just wanted to ask the panel a question. I'm wondering if, let's get how to phrase this. We doubt the existence, or I'm going to speak other people. I doubt the existence of spiritual things. But how many spiritual experiences would it take to doubt the non-existence of spiritual things? Would it take 5, 10? How many spiritual things would it take before you would doubt that spiritual things didn't exist?
You doubt the non-existence.
Did you say this was for all of us?
Yeah, because I'm not sure it would fit everyone on panel.
Yeah, I'm assuming everybody might have different answers.
I have had dozens of experiences that could be spiritual experiences, and I doubt the non-existence of it every single time. But I always come back to non-existence.
I mean, it's hard to say because I haven't had any spiritual experiences, so it's hard to see what those look like for me. But if there is a way that I had an experience that I could not explain away. I don't know. To me, I personally can't get beyond just being an unexplained experience. I wouldn't know how to attach spirituality to it.
I've had a lot of spiritual experiences throughout my life, and like kind of like fluctuating throughout time. But I had to learn that that was kind of correlated for me with my mental health or lack thereof, and that those like spiritual experiences were, at least for me, were being triggered by untreated mental health problems. So I think that if I started to have that same kind of like spiritual experience again, it wouldn't lead me towards a belief system in the same way. It would lead me straight back to my therapist.
I find the phrase doubting their non-existence interesting. I think I doubt the existence of the supernatural. So I also, well, I don't declare it to be non-existent, would be doubting the non-existence then. I don't hold to either being firm, though I think I may lean more towards it. I guess your question for me, in my mind, sounds more like how many experiences would I need before I leaned the other way? Is that accurate?
Yes, it wouldn't have to be like a declarative, yeah, I know for certain spiritual things exist, but how many before you would entertain the concept of, oh, spiritual things might exist, maybe not gods or deities or ghosts or anything, but maybe spiritual things do.
Yeah, I think as far as entertain, I don't need to be over 50% on something to entertain it, to be open to its potential or possibility. So as far as supernatural or spiritual things go, I need to understand what the thing is to know how open I am to its potential. This might be the cross-examination you mean.
No, I think it's important to have thought experiments regardless of, yeah. But, I don't know, I guess I was just curious because I'm pretty sure everyone up here is leaning atheist or agnostic or something toward that nature. So I was curious if either of you would ever entertain it or allow yourself to run experiments to challenge it rather than just simply denying it.
Oh, well, see, just simply denying it just lumped all of us into a category that none of us were in.
Yeah.
I don't mean offense by that, sorry. I just mean like...
Yeah. It was up to the end I was ready to answer, but that caught me off guard. Yeah, because I don't think anybody up here is just simply denying spiritual things exist or that they could. I don't know. Is that your stance, Hammy? Perhaps.
It's not my stance that it could never exist. There's always a possibility that it could exist. It's just that every way that us as humans have gone to try to test for it just is incorrect methods. It's possible. I would never flat out reject it. I think that flat out rejection, flat out denial of things is where one becomes stagnant, and I don't like to be stagnant.
Well, I appreciate all of y'all's answers, and I find it thought provoking. So I'll definitely be thinking about it as I contemplate some things in the near future. So thank you. I appreciate all of you. Appreciate you guys too. And you can drop me for the algorithm as I appreciate.
Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, definitely appreciate the bats.
Yeah. We do have a new guest joining us, Niche. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
If it's not me, then no.
If it's not you, then no. So do you believe you are God, or are you just saying that you don't believe in a quick
I don't
way?
believe in anything that I'm not witness to or capable of.
Fascinating. You don't believe in anything you are not witness to or capable. Can you stop doing whatever you're doing to your microphone?
That's not me.
It's not you.
Yeah.
Interesting. There might be a glitch or something. Your microphone keeps making a clicking sound.
Was
It's
it
doing
Thrayle?
right now.
Thrayle?
Are you about to say I'm not telling the truth? We're hearing a clicking
No,
sound.
I'm not talking about telling the truth. I was talking about Thrayle actually keep spotting up like she has a background.
Who?
So, the belief?
Okay, we're just going to set you down, Nish, until you figure out how to sort out your audio issue and maybe whatever the coherency thing is.
I think they're trying to pronounce your name.
She has a... Okay.
Yeah, been on mute the whole time, bud.
Fascinating. I think he meant me, apparently. But... yeah, well, we can try him again, but I'm going to bet we still have the same audio issue. Niche.
Yeah, I didn't mean you.
Okay, Niche. Nobody else was unmuted while I was speaking.
Thrayle. Top
there's
left.
No Thrayle. Thrayle. That's me.
Thrayle. I'm sorry that I did
Thrayle.
not pronounce it right because I did not have the knowledge.
The clicking sound continues.
But yet I don't have that belief in me.
Fascinating. So you don't believe in a god? Why not?
Because why would I when the only thing that exists is what's right in front of me?
Fascinating. What would convince you that God exists?
Proof?
What would you consider to be proof of a god?
What's right in front of me?
Wow. Compelling. And if you had what's right in front of you as their proof of a god, would you worship this god? They're right in front of you.
No, I wouldn't worship them, but at least I would.
What would make you want to worship a god that's right in front of you?
The question alone troubles me because I don't I would never worship anything.
I see.
I have
Compelling. Go ahead, Hemi. Make it quick.
Yeah, don't worry, it's going to be a very quick one. How would you know if something was right in front of you when you have the word Thrayle right in front of you and couldn't pronounce it correctly?
There's that.
So how would I know?
Yeah, how would you know a god is right in front of you if you can't?
I never said anything about a god.
Right in front of you. Wow. Fascinating. Does
I was
anybody
actually
else have a question for this niche?
I was actually saying that I'm not going to worship
Oh, I'm
any-
sorry. Nish, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
See, he asked a question of the rest of the panel besides you.
Yeah.
So we don't need, in that silence, we don't need filler.
Yeah, so hang on there a second, Niche.
Wait a minute.
Does anybody else have a question for the guest?
Wait a minute. Do you want to sit there?
Yeah, we just want to sit here. We'd rather just sit here. Anything else, but listen to whatever that weird clicking sound on the microphone is that you refuse to address as you talk past us and don't answer questions.
I would much rather have Kat grab any random book that is near her and read me from that book, even if I don't like it, than to have you back up on this panel.
Wait, what's wrong with Cat reading?
Oh.
Cat reading?
Thrayle, what book did I buy earlier?
Wait, what book?
Which one? The
only book I bought. Yeah.
The Lost Gospel of John.
Okay, now I would actually like Kat to read me that.
Isn't that what it was? The Lost Gospel of John.
Yeah, it was an annotated version of the Gnostic Gospels.
Well, I would rather have Kat read me the Arantia book than to have that guest on this panel any longer than he was.
Are you saying it wouldn't be pleasant for Kat to read something to you?
I'm saying that it doesn't matter who's reading the Arantia book. I definitely don't want to hear it.
You'd have to convince Kat to read the Urantia book for that to happen. Have you ever heard the story about the time I went on a date with the Urantia book guy?
Yes, you told me that. I laughed so hard.
I was just making sure.
Oh, I thought that was so funny. But yeah, no, I really just like that last guest.
Was he accusing me of having background noise when I was on mute the whole time?
No, it was me.
It was
He
Thrayle.
just misgendered me and didn't realize I was the one speaking.
Kept calling him
I could take that as a compliment, I guess. I assume he meant that the puppet was the one speaking. So, I'm sorry, what puppet?
Yeah, what puppet?
Yeah, I don't know what that meant. Like a
Freudian
errant thought. Yeah, some kind of feel not quite myself there for a moment. But thank you guys for the 177,000 times you've tapped this screen and the 70 shares. Those really do help get us further out in the algorithm, keep us, from slipping down below the number that'll probably cause me to end the live. Of course, we are, on a new goal. We did miss our previous goal, but I will still thank those that contributed. Thank you so much, Glam Scum Poetry, Sparkling Glass Slipper, and Freak Scene for helping with the previous goal. Even if we missed, you guys are amazing for helping out. And, if we, have a believer out there who believes in a God and can question that belief, if that's you, then go ahead and request out. We're not here for a debate or an argument. Nobody's looking to burgle your God or tear your faith from your fleshy fingers and stuff it in a silken sack and drag it out into a shed in the middle of the woods where it'll never see the light of day. Nobody's trying to do that. We really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Then what is it you believe? Why do you believe it? And I imagine we'll have a few more questions for you.
Yeah, I kind of want to do that now.
The silken sack thing.
That sounds kind of fun.
Morning. Good morning, GQ. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Above the age of 18, for sure.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure. 50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Yes. Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
I was raised as Catholic / Christian. So it's there. But things in my life had me questioning a lot of stuff. But still in the realm of the belief,
Do you believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
Lord and Savior. He said the kingdom of heaven is within. So, in essence, he's saying take responsibility.
Do you believe in Jesus as the Son of God and
I believe he is.
died for your sins?
Yes. As of right now, yes.
Why?
In seeing the world and the way it's going, right?
The way the world is going now makes you believe that a man 2,000 years ago died for your sins, and do you believe he rose 3 days later?
Yes, I believe he rose 3 days later, correct.
So you believe 2,000 years ago a man died for your sins? And
2,000 years. I don't know the timeline. I've been questioning some stuff. I've seen some.
Well, I mean, at least according to some estimates, it would be about what?
You're right. They
6
claim
years
it to
from
be
now, 7 years from now. Would be 2,000 years ago.
correct.
So that would be some. But if it, I mean, is that what you believe?
Yes. So I look deeper into like stuff that's happening today, right?
So what's happening today, mate?
In Revelations. So let me go there with some parts of Revelations appears to be speaking about what's happening today, right?
Which parts?
As the days of Noah shall be the days of man, right?
What is that? I'm sorry, is that
the referencing?
Which parts of Revelation are speaking about today?
Basically future events that we're supposed to be watchful.
Or today.
Yeah.
Today, though.
Today
Which
or
parts
in the
I'm
future.
sorry.
Let's say, right?
Which parts of Revelation are speaking about today?
Let me see. I mean, I can't go for the verse itself, but in general, it talks about.
When was the last time you read Revelation?
Oh, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. I have to really sit down and get the verses together, right? I can do that pretty much with AI, maybe.
Have you read any scholarly commentary on Revelation?
Yes, a few videos on YouTube and stuff like that I've been listening to. I have listened to.
I had mentioned scholarly, like experts in the field of
Expert, yeah. Some
like
people,
the Bible.
there's some stuff online that you can go and watch and listen to these guys speak.
These people are they scholars or are they just apologists?
Scholars. Some of them are scholars. I guess some of them are other types of influence. But again, I'm looking for signs, right? Something, a signal, if you want.
Well, so have you heard what a good overwhelming? Well, I'm not gonna say that, but have you heard what a good majority of scholars say the time frame of Revelation?
Yes, some of them had said something about during the time of oh my goodness, let me see if I can recall. It was still within Roman times, right? I heard that, equivalency of what's written in Scripture or Revelations compared to those times. But
Could
I
it have
believe
been during Emperor Nero?
Yes.
Could it be that?
Yes, correct. That would be it. They spoke about that, but then again, there's still a few things in Revelations, like for instance, when they speak about information in a sense moving to and fro, meaning very quickly in between. If you stamp that today, you're looking at electronics, you're looking at telecommunications.
Yeah,
so
and
on and so forth.
if you had put that in the time frame of say 1860s, you could have sat there and said that it was the Pony Express.
1860. We expect things to be very quick, but I think it's a gradual appearance. So in those times, using
GQ,
yes, go for it.
GQ, the thing is that like when you're saying that things going to and fro very quickly, like before the Pony Express, it was like something where you had to like wait so very long. So
agreed. Yes.
During the time frame that the Pony Express came about, you could say that to and fro very quickly would describe that, could you not?
If you're in that time frame, if you're in that, year per se when it came out, yes, you can argue that, yeah.
So what makes you say that that's not fulfilled during the 1860s?
How can I say if it's not? Well, again, it seems that some of the predictions and stuff like that are meant to give us the frame. So maybe that's the beginning of the to and fro, and as it continues, it advances, we understand now that we're talking about really fast information flowing, right?
How have you determined that this is just something that you personally are reading into instead of it being actual?
I gotta be watchful for what's present, right? What's happening today. If the pieces all pieces come together, right?
If it's something you're looking for, then how have you determined if you've actually found the pieces or if everything doesn't just look like a nail to you?
Observation, right? You have to be observant. You have to then take that information that you're receiving and formulate it and see, does it make sense today? Does it make sense that it's in the book or in these words?
So you're the hammer and everything looks like a nail.
No. I mean, to and fro is information.
Go ahead,
That's
Ken. I'm
understood,
sorry.
right?
I'm sorry to
Do you know?
overtalk you there.
Go ahead.
Do you know what one of our brain's favorite things to do is?
Pattern recognition, some type of...
Pattern recognition. Making things make sense to us.
Absolutely.
Our brains like to do this so much that they do it oftentimes when the pattern isn't there to recognize. Because it helps it make sense. So is it possible that in your observation and recognition of these things, your brain is making something make sense to you by recognizing or observing these patterns or these signs, but it isn't actually what's happening?
I do recognize that, and so I'm careful, kind of seeing, right? But I'm also questioning, is this the right thing? I'm lost with timeline because the deeper I look into something, the stranger things are, right? So I don't know what timeline we're in. I don't know if you ever heard of the Little Season, or
Have you ever watched the movie 23 with Jim Carrey?
23? No, I haven't watched that movie.
Fantastic movie, and it's about a man who begins to see the number 23 everywhere.
Oh,
He
interesting.
sees it constantly, and everything he does, everything he sees, he adds up the numbers, and they all equal to 23.
Okay.
How much?
I think I may have seen that. I think so. It sounds very familiar to me. You said
So-
who was the character?
Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey. So, to Kat's point here, how much of what you're doing is you actually finding the number 23 versus how much of it is that you're forcing things to equal 23?
It's not really being forced. It's just being watchful, right? So I'm looking, see, it seems correct. I says, okay, that's a marker. That's just something to mark, saying, okay, like for instance, the to and fro. That's a marker. That's something I understand. I'm dealing with information going in, back and forth at ridiculous speed. I mean, if that's the kind of information in my mind, I'm like, that makes a lot of sense about things being, fast forwarding, right? Other things that's mentioned in scripture or revelations, I have to put it together, right? We are given cues, we're given signs, we're given warnings, right? So we have to be attentive to those things from a source. Is it Jesus? Is it God? Is it, I was listening to one of the guys and he couldn't forgive himself, right? He has the challenge of forgiveness.
I'm sorry, I still haven't figured out how you determine that.
I mean, I believe we have to be open-minded in what it is that we're trying to do here. If we start focusing, yes. Focuses our mind to a conclusion.
But we also shouldn't have our minds so open that our brain falls out, right?
Oh, absolutely. You have to have a containment. You have to be, surrounded by a belief or a faith or
a bat.
understanding. Or what?
Or a vat.
Or a bat? A bat?
Vat.
Copy.
it. The thing is that I'm curious on how you see something such as the Book of Revelation, where most scholars have already acknowledged that it's Nero's time. It was like Nero himself was the Antichrist within the context of Revelation.
Yes, I'm
You
aware of that.
say they're wrong because I'm seeing things that have in this book that has vague language about certain things. And I'm saying, look, this is what I'm seeing today. And I'm trying to figure out why. Huh?
Can scholars be wrong?
Sure, but I don't understand. I don't see why. You haven't shown me why they should be wrong in this case, right?
Again, I don't know what timeline per se we are in, meaning has this already passed? Are we further into the future, right? My dilemma would be, is the fact that my belief is in the book, right? And that I believe that there's some type of manipulation that occurred, and I'm trying to figure that out. Like
Manipulation. What?
A manipulation of timeline, manipulation of wording, and manipulation of who really has the real text. You know, I prefer going further back than, let's say, reading the King James Version. The further I can go, the further I can understand the people at the time, the further I can understand.
Why do you prefer the King James Version?
I don't prefer it. What I'm saying is I prefer going further back. The further I can go, the older the book, the better. Because you get closer to possibly the interpretation or the understanding of what it is they were trying to convey at the time, right? And you also have to put it in context because that's their time.
Yeah.
That's their time. Can it apply now? Can it apply?
The experts who say that Nero was the Antichrist and this is about that time frame put the book and the people and everything into context, and that's the conclusion they came up with. So I'm trying to figure out why is it that you say they're wrong.
Well, why I'm saying they're wrong? I'm not saying they're wrong. I mean, I put it in the back of my mind that's there. Thank you for reminding me that's Nero that we're talking about here. Both you and Kat. But it's in the back of my mind. Don't get me wrong, it's there. And I think about it. But I also think about the possibility of it not being true, and that the truth is still has to be examined, right? Cross-examined.
Do you think you can?
That's what I do.
Do you think you can ever know the truth about God?
If I can know about the truth about God, I would like to have a relationship, right, with God. Meaning, with pattern recognition, you recognize when He's talking, or kind of what. Because it's funny because I put it out. Sometimes I put things.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, I put things out, right?
Does your own perception of a personal relationship equal truth?
No, it wouldn't. Would it equal truth? Some things, it's bizarre, right? And I'm going a little bit further deep, like supernatural kind of thing. It's because I would ask a question, and maybe a few days, maybe a week later, boom, it kind of like shows up, and I was like, "This is interesting," right? For example, I was going to go to service on a Sunday, right? And I had an app at the time where it would just pop up. And the verse that showed up when I went to service, he said. And I was like, wow, like, because that's something I needed to hear. I read it in the morning. I was like, wow, okay, I got this verse. Here I am sitting at the service, and boom, the first thing that comes out of this man's mouth is
Okay.
that verse. So I was like,
So, but you
okay,
still
thank
haven't
you.
answered the question that I'm asking.
Again, I went into a supernatural thing, but go ahead.
Yeah, but it
I'm
didn't
sorry.
answer the question. My
Do I
question
believe truth?
is, does your own personal relationship equate to what the truth is?
Partially, right? Because I still don't know everything. I know things are happening. I like, for example, I gave you that, and I know something is happening. For me, I don't know for anybody else. I simply ask, and I stay.
A coincidence happened, and you attributed it to the supernatural.
Well, it's not just once. When they start repeating itself, it's not coincidence. It's nowhere close to that. You can't repeat things constantly. Things keeps on showing up, and that's what I'm saying. They show up. So though I question some things, I know something is happening. What is that? Has challenged me. Like, why is it happening in a way where it's so fast? It sounds crazy. I know. It sounds like it can't happen. It's coincidence. I
Well, the
guess
thing is that the one example that you've given, like the messaging to very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing is like this has happened all throughout the centuries. We can explain that with, say, like the invention of the ships from one continent to the next. You're able to travel that now faster. We can explain that with the invention of the locomotive. We can explain that with several different inventions and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So you're saying like, that it's happening like this. It always happens. And if a prophecy can be used to describe every nation, is it truly a prophecy?
So you have a prophecy that's told, right? The assumption is if things start matching up, like, for instance, you said that now things are moving a little faster by boat, by horse, by whatever. Again, I'm using that frame, that point of reference as a guide. So that's just a guide. So again, I know information is moving even faster today, right? And again, I can't use that as just one source and say, hey, that's it. Like put a stamp on it and say, this is it. I can't do that. I'm being just simply watchful for what I was given in terms of what I'm supposed to watch for, right? Okay, I got this marker. I got this marker. I got this. I'm reaching for sure.
For it's happening every generation, like every single one.
Correct. So again, I got to be careful in terms of what I'm looking for. Say what matches, what doesn't. And yes, it's pattern recognition because that's what's really what it's about. Because otherwise, everything would just be noise or static, right? So I gotta be wary of even my own interpretation of what I'm looking at and what I'm receiving, and question it and ask. And I've been asking quite a few things lately.
I'm gonna jump in and ask
Sure.
a few things in just a moment here, but before I do, I definitely need to thank Hammy and Kat for helping with with our toroid goal, but also thank Cat Bats, Looney Bats, or both Bats, and Sparkling Glass Slipper for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you. GQ,
Sure. Hmm?
you believe in the Christian God, you believe in Jesus, correct? You believe that...
That is my reference point. Yes.
Have you
that's
read the
one
Bible?
I read it in parts here and there. When I was younger, I was really more into reading it. I haven't read it lately.
Have you read
Meaning
it
I haven't
completely,
really sit there.
or just in
Yes,
part?
correct. Just
You
in
read
part.
it in just in part.
I was
Okay,
trying to. I'm learning. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't need long-winded answers. I really
No
don't
problem.
need a TED
Go ahead.
talk for every question. That'd be great. Okay, so do you believe the stories that you have read from the Bible to be true and literal?
If historians, not just historians, I guess archaeologists as well, found or have found certain points, yes. Some yes. Others I'm still questioning, but yes.
Yes, you believe they're true and literal, but there are some you question. Do you believe the six-day creation?
Do I believe the creation story?
Mm-hmm. That's what I asked.
I know you ask. I'm just saying it out loud. Yes.
Do you believe that everything was created in 6 days in a particular order?
Yes. Meaning, I don't know God's days, but our days are different, I believe. So something like that, yes.
I see. Does it matter to you if that story is true or not?
Would it matter? Absolutely. Truth is necessary. So questioning even that would need to be done as well.
So if that story were not true, what would it do for your belief in the rest of the book?
It's just a reframing, rethinking of what was meant by the story, right? You know, what was the purpose of, telling us this particular story, this creation story? Would it change something for me if God exists or not? God would still exist. I just wouldn't understand what would be the purpose. At least yet, you always try to look for truth, I think.
What is truth?
What is truth?
What does that word mean?
Something that should be undeniable for everyone, right? Not just for one person, but for everyone. But for yourself, yes, something undeniable.
Something undeniable for yourself.
Yeah.
Does it matter if it's undeniable to everyone?
It does matter.
Can nobody deny the truth? If you say something that is true, you think no one can deny that?
Absolutely. Someone can deny the truth.
So then how is it undeniable?
Again, when I say undeniable, it would be undeniable for everyone, right? But I can't give that because we're free beings, right? To a degree.
So you're saying that truth as an undeniable thing for everyone does not exist?
Does not exist for individuals, right? For individuals, their belief could be altered, or their truth can be altered, right?
I'm curious.
It sounds crazy, but I know it sounds crazy.
I'm not here to ascribe any kind of, assessment like that. Oh, goodness. I'm curious, GQ. Do you own a 9-volt battery? One that's not in use? Do you have one that's not in use right now?
Yes. Well, I'm not with it, but yes, I do have one.
Okay. Is there any chance you could get that 9-volt battery?
No. Unfortunately, I'm not.
Oh.
No.
You're not in the same complex as a 9-volt battery?
That's correct.
Oh. Fascinating. I would recommend if you have the opportunity in the very, very near future to get a 9-volt battery and then listen for that beeping sound that you're ignoring. That one right there. That beeping sound. And then go put that 9-volt battery in whatever's doing that, and it should stop.
Oh,
at
you're
least
talking
until
Safety first.
that beeping is actually where I'm at my family home. And,
Oh, they should definitely. So you definitely want to do that then, right? Because it's your family's home.
Yeah. So I gotta. Yeah, I can hear the chirping. Sorry about that, guys.
Does anybody else have a question for GQ?
I wonder what Kat would think about the coincidences. I'm saying they seem to be pretty close together, right? And they start happening. And again, it's simply when I ask. And again, I'm talking about more like a supernatural thing. I don't know if you guys really into that.
What I think about them is that they're coincidences and they're patterns you're recognizing because you're asking for them. If you look for something, you're probably going to find it. If you ask for something, you're probably going to get it, especially if it can be like a metaphysical or supernatural thing. I'm curious as to why you wanted to know what I thought about it.
Oh.
If you could try it and see if something is happening, right? Because it's something I'm not looking for. I'm not really. I ask in general. Right? I don't ask any specific.
You did ask specifically what Kat thought of it.
Well, yes, correct. So I'm saying for me, I ask. For instance, I was going through a situation where I simply just went out there and said, "Hey, can you give me something that I can understand what's happening here, so I have a better reference? Can you help me with that?" And then I just let it go. Right? So
what does it have to do with the question that was asked?
Well, follow my logic a little bit here, right?
I've been trying to, and so far
I know it's vague. I know.
I'm sorry, I'm still speaking. I've tried.
Sorry about that.
So far, you don't seem to actually be applying very much of it. Whatever logic is to you, I guess we're going to have to find out what that means too. But
gotcha.
So the question that was asked was specifically why. Did you want to know what Kat thought of that?
Would that help? Would that change her perspective?
No, but I answered your question, so you should answer mine.
Oh, that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm asking you, would that change your perspective? If you can.
It's rude to answer people's questions with questions.
Well, you asked me why, right? So
right after I answered the question that you asked.
I'm saying.
Are you saying the reason that you wanted to know Kat's perspective was to see if it would change her perspective?
Thank you. Yes.
What?
Yeah, if she experienced the same thing, how would that change her viewpoint?
I've experienced plenty of things that I could have attributed to supernatural things, and oftentimes I did attribute them to supernatural things in the moment.
Okay.
But I've always come back to that they weren't supernatural things.
Well, you yes, correct. You use logic to, I guess, minimize it.
So
not minimizing it, it's just being rational about it and critically thinking.
Well, I critically think every time I get something. I'm saying, okay,
Clearly
thank
not.
you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate it. Right? I appreciate whatever comes through. Because
When you say you critically think every time you get something, what does that mean?
It means that, okay, I got something here that I needed. In essence, let me give you again the same story. Is one day I woke
Please
up.
don't tell the story again. Please don't tell the story.
All right,
I
guys,
didn't ask
look,
for a story.
I got two different things from two different places, right, at the same day that I needed to hear.
Okay.
Right, and they are kind of related. One was the service, one was the book. The book and the service comes together. Both of them are separated, yet they're together because they're in the same frame. I never expected it to be that way.
Are they not together?
Do you think this is coherent?
Happened to you?
That's 1 + 1 = 2 kind of thing.
That's not 1 + 1 = 2. That's 1
For me,
plus
I'm saying for me, not for
1
you.
equals infinity is what you're basically saying. You're not actually answering
Absorbing.
anybody's questions. You're randomly just repeating this story over and over. And
it's just an example.
And why does it matter?
Doing the talking over thing. It's just.
Why does it matter what I think? Why?
Well,
I don't like that.
I mean,
That felt weird.
I think Duragon's usual answer for that would apply.
Because you're a woman, cat.
Yes.
Well, you know, if you take one, you add duck, get trapezoid through.
Durgan will text me like it's a big secret, like he can't just say it out loud. It's because you're a woman.
Cat, it's because of the misogyny.
Yep, sure is. Mm-hmm. No, heretical. I actually am an orange kitten in a vat. They just think I'm a woman. It's fucking crazy.
I mean, you've seen all the pictures in the Discord. And if you haven't seen any of the pictures in the Discord because you're not there, you really should go to either Thrayle or the Batcolyte's bio. Go to the link tree. And it's the, second one down, Thrayle?
The second one down will take you to the.
Click on the link tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll take you to the Discord.
Well,
If
the
you
first
read the
one's
rule-
the Discord.
Oh, the first one's the Discord. Yeah, so then the first one, and if you read the rules, really read them, you can follow them. You can join up and you can see all the lovely pictures of Kat in her vat. Like the one she's showing you now.
And then that second link
Cat
is pretty
face.
neat too.
Cat face reveal.
Yes, this is the cat face review. But yes, that second one is. Which one was that one, Thrayle? The second link is that the Cash App?
No.
Or is that the YouTube?
No.
What's the second?
It's it's the website.
Oh, the website. That's right.
Very slowly but steadily unfurling.
Yes. So if you follow the second link, you can go to the website. And, grab some of the merch that's there. More is to come in the future. I'm gonna stop by the YouTube or Cash App. That's great, phenomenal too. It's much appreciated, even if it's not necessary.
I was trying to think of one of the other plugs that gets done all the time to chime in with, but I couldn't think of any.
What I'm gonna do, Kat, is the next time we do the plug, I'm gonna ask you instead of Thrayle. So that way the two of us can just go back and forth while Thrayle just sits there and listens.
I can usually make it through the whole plug from memory. Sometimes I have to backtrack a little bit, but it sounds bad when I do it because I suck at things like that, yeah.
We'll just keep riffing off each other. It doesn't matter. Once I click the link tree, all of it's gonna be there anyways.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, Aaron did it this time. It was all Aaron's fault.
I'm keeping track. I blamed Mika and Hazelnut. I did it arbitrarily, but now the real culprits are coming to light.
Oh,
Catch up.
I remember one plug, Kat. Kat, I see all these nice fancy stickers in the chat sometimes, but how do I get to use those?
Well, Hammy, that's a great question. You would get to use those by becoming a super fan.
That must be like what, $500?
I have no idea how much it is. I buy it for 6 months at a time.
Wow. Thrayle, how much is it? It's $500?
I actually don't know off the top of my head.
God!
Super fans are awesome, and we really like them. And we appreciate all of them, and they're fucking amazing. And you can also buy like the boxes if you want to give away super fan status for somebody for a month, or also if you just want the bat tag and some of the basic stickers. Well, I mean, are they basic? They're all pretty awesome. You can always just make sure you keep doing your daily heart maze, and that way you will never lose access.
Here's the thing about the superfan thing. I have 2 subscriptions that I keep up all the time in my life. 2. That's it. It is my Spotify Premium and my Batcolyte Superfan. Just saying. No Netflix, no Hulu, nothing, none of that. Just those 2.
Hell yeah.
Shows you how stingy I am about my subscriptions, how much I like fun.
Oh, and Cedars has a firm subscription to not existing. I'm not quite sure that means the same thing, Cedar. I don't think it's a firm subscription. Oh, speak of the boxes. Thank you, Mika, throwing out a superfan box. Looks like that one opens in about 3 minutes. Hell yeah. And if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request that. That is what we're doing here, not trying to burgle your gods or attack your faith. Nobody's trying to tear you down or make you look like a fool. You may do that to yourself, but it's not our goal. What we're really doing here is seeing if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then request up, and I'm sure we'll all have a few questions for you.
Hammy says we're annoying.
We're annoying, all of us.
No, you and me.
Oh,
Because we didn't know how much the subscription was.
oh, well, I guess that's kind of annoying. I mean, I guess.
To be 100% fair, what I said was I hate you both. Laughing till you cry face. Y'all annoy the shit out of me sometimes. LOL.
My neck is creaky.
Yeah, Patricia needs a break.
Break. Maybe a vacation.
Maybe a vacation.
That's an idea.
It's a thought.
Maybe one day.
Have you been working on a poem you poem to poem us out with? Poem?
Oh my goodness, I forgot all about the poems that poem all the poeming that we do when we poem.
No, you didn't.
Well, I mean, maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. What is a poem, after all?
Sometimes I just wanted. I think that superfan box opened up for anybody, first person to hit it. Probably gets it, I think. I don't know how they work. I never click them because I already have superfan and I don't want to like accidentally start it. Yay, heretical!
Hell yeah. Well, that's one way to put it. W's. Heretical W's make a... Well, you mentioned coincidence. Must be coincidental. I mean, can we tell them what to do?
Don't encourage this kind of behavior.
That just means that absolutely no one can slide into absolutely no one else's boxes. Kat, are you sure you want to set that precedent?
Yeah, in this room there will be none of that.
Mm-hmm. You see, folks. You see how she likes to tweak things just a smidge, so that way. I'm just saying.
I didn't tweak anything. I said there will be no sliding into anybody's boxes in the chat.
I wonder where the believers be, and or if it really is poem time. Maybe it is. Yeah, I wonder where the believers are. It's odd how many. Yeah, it's odd how many people can sit in here and of them is a believer. Appreciate all of you being here, though. Really do appreciate the 179,000 times you've tapped the screen. I wonder if we can hit, maybe we could hit 180 for sure. I don't know if we could hit 200K before the poem. It's awfully close. Maybe. I have doubts. It could be better, but it's a passable poem. I think, yeah, we barely hit 180 there. See, my doubts are.
Is that poem that you? Is this a poem that you're using from the AI stuff?
It's like a usual kind of poem that I would usually use.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I had a feeling it was, but I was like, I thought you said that you hadn't gone through it yet.
I just read through one that I purposed. We'll see if it's accurate to
No
tonight's
proofread.
experience.
Just go.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it is. So, that was almost an unceremonious ending. The app nearly crashed. So on that note, thank you, Blake, for being here. It's good to see you. And Hammy.
Thanks for having me.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Got him. And Debbie's cat. Appreciate you, as always. And Debbie's to all of you. The best, well, the best fucking audience on TikTok. Hell yeah. Appreciate all of you. And of course, to the mods. Could not do this without you. Thank you all. Whether you came in here and tapped the screen and shared the live, whether you came in here and, did all those things or none of the things, if you just came in and fell asleep, we appreciate every one of you. Mods, chat, everybody. Thank you for being here, for making this really one of the best damn lives on TikTok. I don't care. I don't care if the numbers don't say it. We have a great time. And you guys really, really make every night worth it. Thank you. And, of course, thanks to all the guests, everybody who comes up and tries to question their beliefs and engages honestly and really gives it an effort. I appreciate you. I know it's not easy, so thank you. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, of course, you can always join the Discord. It's that first link in the link tree. It's in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. And that first link goes to the Discord, where you just make sure you read the rules. Otherwise it might look a little lonely. But of course, if you can't agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated, absolutely. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It makes all the difference. And of course, there's always the second link in that link tree. If you really want to see what's unfurling over there, there'll be new things all the time. And I'm sure there's one or two more things I should be saying, but I think we're really there. Yeah. There's really only one thing left. They called it theft, the moment doubt came softly in and pointed out the loosened lock, the hidden seam, inside a long inherited dream. Careful, they warned, that road will take the things that keep a person safe. Questions creep in like thieves, but only where no one checks the beams, because no burglar breaks the wall that's built from stone and standing tall. The strongest structures need no guard. They do not fear a probing heart. So we sat down beside belief, not with torches, rage, or teeth, but with patient thought and honest care, and asked what truly held it there. What made it true beyond the fear, beyond the comfort of the near? Would it survive when turned around, or crumble once examined down? And maybe that's the strange offense, not mockery or arrogance, but simply asking someone why, and waiting while they truly try. Because some people call it harm when certainty begins to part. Yet all we really did tonight was hold conclusions to the light. No masks removed by force or shame, no truth destroyed for sport or game, just minds invited calm and slow to test how much, how well they really know. And if a belief survives the strain, then it returns with a stronger frame. But if it falls when questioned through, we're always true. In darkness we meet, not to steal belief away, but to see if it still stands when the questions stay. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.